40 votes to 28 votes. Okay, I think we're going to do a marathon. The viewers have spoken. All right, let's do it. Let's just jump in, huh? Here it is, spring marathon. Join, there's 20 hours left. Hop on in. And I don't think I will be doing any berserk. So let's see, there are 900 players in this, and I am in 747th place. Planning something is back. Are you here for Slither or chess? I don't know if we're going to be seeing a 20-hour stream. The guy in first has been at it for a while. He's got 151 points in the tournament. And he'll probably stay up for the whole thing. This guy will give him a run for his money. He's won some big tournaments. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing this here. A little scroll bar. That's because there's so many players, I guess, huh? Alright, let's get castled. Usually this capture comes about unprovoked. Let's look to restrict this guy. I don't have a light square bishop, so I have to rely upon my pawnies to fulfill that role. Coordinate my pawns with my remaining bishop. That seems like a pretty slow move. I could consider this push. I think I like this idea, actually. The main reason for this, I know it gives up f5, but I've at least stranded these two. I could play here, but I'm actually tending more towards the c4 square. Knights on the rim are grim, huh? But this is a square I could already identify as a hole, so makes sense to pivot about there. And let's just go here. I don't want to really exchange here. That would be a perfectly healthy pawn on d3 for not so healthy pawn here on c5. He's doubled, so let him stay bad. I'm not thinking several moves deep at all in this type of position. Just looking at some small ways to improve. Queen f3 comes to mind. Why not go there? I may go for taking on c6. Can maybe even drift over here and think about this stuff. Alright, that's clearly interfering with me capturing on c6. This is a little bit of a sensitive point. So let me make sure I don't have to deal with a knight putting pressure on c2. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to play this move. And the primary function behind it is to stop this knight b6 move, because I could follow up with a pin and I'll win the exchange. I'm expecting my knight to be dislodged. But with that will come some weakness to the black king. These two squares directly weakened. This rook's eyes will kind of light up, have some possibilities. Is it too crazy to look for some rook lift? I could take out that dark square bishop, let's not forget that. But to be perfectly honest, I don't see a reason to do that. How about I just do something as straightforward as get my last piece involved? Yeah, let's try that. Maybe I just blundered. I might just blundered. Maybe there was a reason to take the bishop. Hopefully this player is not listening in on the stream. No stream tactics. Yeah, I think they could actually take my knight here. Do you see why? I'm fidgeting around a lot in my seat. This is only game one. And if I actually did plan on doing this whole marathon, there would be no way I could keep up commentating as much as I am right now for every game. I would be horse. Get it? I would be horse. Yeah, this is the move I feared. Because now guess who's overloaded? Can you see which one of my pieces is overloaded, unfortunately? Yeah. I'm taking a peek at the chat, one of the few times I do that. Ah, they didn't see it. They had rook takes b2, because my knight had two responsibilities. So I dodged a little bit of a bullet, I guess. Let's drop back, but not too far. I want to make sure I could still double on the E file. This is my only half-open file, so let's keep this square open. And let's finally get him working, huh? Opposite color bishops. There still isn't a way to challenge my knight with knight b6, but they still did that. So I'm picking up the exchange now. So I think I'm going to have some follow-up moves of b3 for 1. First off, let's take here. And we're not going to take the rook. Why not? Because he's pinned. We don't take pinned pieces. He's still pinned, so I'm not going to take him. What I'm going to do, though, is go here. Pressure on c5, and maybe the primary function behind it is to play f4. Now that there's no longer a pin, let's take him out. And then finally, we could get these guys working. They will see the black side of the board rank 6, 7, 8. Know what I mean? So exchange queens or not? Let's take first. Either move would have been good. Taking the queen and then taking here. Down to a minute 38. Okay, so they're attempting to keep things closed. That's understandable. Well, I don't know. Let's improve my king position. I think I want him over here. If that bishop ever moves, I'll think about pushing the pawn. Yeah, let's just go here. Stop that pawn from making my queenside structure flinch any. I'm just going to come over here and then look to get in something like rook f4, g4. Doing all right on the clock. Minute 18. I'm not sure how many games I'm going to be playing in this tournament. We'll see. Hello, Blue Kibo. It's a bit more of a laid-back tournament, so I will be peeking over at the chat a little bit more than I normally would. So let's look for more pawn exchanges. The video I just posted on YouTube, I was pointing out that this is a good idea to seek some pawn exchanges. And let's just kick him out of the way. That way I have rook e5 and can hunt that pawn down. More pawn exchanges, the better for me. 2 rooks versus 1. Alright. Let's just move forward. Right where, actually? Let's go here. Fork those two. Kind of tempted to take the bishop, but... Yeah, let's just make a move, man. And then go here next. Rook takes pawn, rook e1. Rook f6, rook e5. I could even think about not trying to track this pawn down, but rather playing b4. But this is fine now. If we had a rook exchange, I would look more into doing b4 and the rook versus bishop ending. But he's a super piece right here. He's really doing a good job defending this guy. Alright. Yeah, let's just take and start pushing. Could invest some material. 2 connected passers. Let's just keep marching. And they resigned. Back to tournament. Who's in 687th place? I went up many ranks just then, right? I was in 700 and some. Watch out. I'm hunting the top 10 players down. I got 2. I got a beefy 2. You get a trophy for the top 100. If you finish in the top 100, you get a trophy. So I'm hunting a trophy. Going trophy hunting. It's not about the confetti, it's about the trophy for this one. A nice shiny trophy. Alright, let's castle. And I guess we're going to look to expand on the queen side some. And I think I want to kick that off first with rook b8 and then push. Let's take a pit stop though. We don't want to drop that c5 pawn. He's important. Maybe this was too early. If I could do it over again, I'd probably play d6 first. Let's get on with this. Are they really going to try to hunt down my dark square bishop? Maybe. Alright, let's see what the knight's up to. Bishop takes bishop I could consider an in-betweener, because I am on their queen. How long am I planning on playing? All day? No, can't really do the all day thing. What to do? I could take. Knight takes, pawn takes, knight e5. Oh, actually, yeah, let's do that. Because they were threatening maybe to take, and then I couldn't take back because I'm in this pin. Okay, gotta recapture. I think that's a little bit helpful to me. If they play h4, h5 stuff, I can meet h4 with h5 myself. And if they're playing h4, that also weakens g4 considerably. My knight, my bishop can think about dropping in there. So, isn't that really helpful though? Because that helps out my rook. It's my first impression at least, and now this is a weak point. And I could look to strike at it right away, and I really don't see a reason not to do that. Yeah, also, let's keep excuse me, what am I trying to say? Let's also note that I could play rook to b2 right here, because this knight is tricky. Do you see the tactic? Queen takes rook, knight takes d3. So I have a pig on the second. They of course know now that they can't take my rook. And I could continue striking at the weak points. If pushed, that opens up this diagonal and my queen can soon enter. Well, with that knight move, that weakens c3, so I could still come out here, and I probably should. And now I don't see a way that they could really defend c3 anymore. This push, I could take. They have to take with the queen. Okay, so now they're just going to drop that pawn. And I'm not only winning a pawn here, but I'm targeting d3 for a third time. So it seems like they're going to drop another pawn. Let's see. Alright, they're in a defensive position. This rook is also unprotected. So I could consider rook takes f2. Maybe knight to e2 is a save. What about queen here for starters? Their knight can't move, their rook can't move. Because I could take here. Can I get this rook working? He's not doing anything. Some rook move attacks the rook here, but I don't see really a good move. Let's just go here for starters. Kind of paralyzes many of the white pieces, and maybe also I should be a bit more practical in this position, huh? Play a little bit faster. Play a little bit more practical, I mean. Instead of looking for the best moves, this is a good position. But let's not spoil it by spending too much time. It's a position where there will be several good moves. Okay. Well, let's get rolling with this guy. Wasn't doing anything. Actually, I didn't even realize I was attacking the rook here. I was actually throwing a punch with queen c2. This queen is restricted. If she goes too far, check and then mate. So how did they untangle? Maybe I have this stuff. h4, h5. It's a way to improve, moving forward, what? 4 ranks? It's not bad. Ah, the pressure was too much. They resigned. All right, they probably should have played it out a little bit more. Oop. Alrighty. Oh, I've played this guy before, but most likely not in Blitz. Yeah, most of these, it's mostly bullet stuff. Alrighty. Let's confront this pawn duo. And I could think about striking a d5 with c6 at some point. Throw knight into f4, think about f5. If the stream is buffering, you have some control over that, so you could feel free to play around with the settings. Let's start with this. Maybe I go here in f5. Or is it worth considering g5? Yeah, let's try for that, actually. This knight's going for a bit of a journey, huh? It's soon to morph into a king knight, we can say. Tough to kick a knight out of the f4 square, isn't it? Because h3 would drop, but maybe there is some idea of pivoting on g4. I do have to be extra careful now. The great drawback connected with g5 is I weaken these two squares, but of the two, this is the one that really captures my attention more, since there's a pawn controlling there. So, if I drop in here, bishop takes, should I do that right now? Yeah, why not? Knight takes knight, I'll take with the queen. This is maybe a useful move to stop knight b5. Knight b5 now, I could go queen here. Okay. Let's make sure that knight isn't going to bother me on b5. Okay. So now I'm thinking about queen g6 and then f5. Yeah, let's do it. Maybe they should have captured me and then played queen g4 right away. I don't know. But I'm definitely gunning for f5 at this point. They might try some rook, I don't know, rook lift. I'm guessing that this is not just only to clamp down on my queenside some, grab some space, but there are some new possibilities for the rook. As it stands right now, there are no open files. So it's a bit artificial to activate a rook like this, but it may be all right. My knight is actually a bit short on squares, isn't he? You're really threatening to play g3, are you? f5 takes, bishop takes, g3. Where's my knight going? It's an interesting move. Huh. Kinda even on time. Do I really have to play queen f6 and then knight g6? Open that square up for my knight? I don't like having to do that, but I may need to. h5, bishop takes bishop, rook takes, and then g3 again. All right. You got me. King h2 is a nice move. Oh well. Yeah, I had to react to that threat. My knight is lacking some squares. And this isn't really a square my queen wants to be on, because I'm in the way of this desirable f5 advance. But hey, maybe now I should think more about queen d8. Queen d8 now. Yeah, let's go queen d8. Looks awkward. But I'm doing this so that if bishop takes, I could take with the queen, and I have some control here. Also, I don't think I'm in a position to play this just yet, because in the end, I think there is g3, and whatever piece remains here, the rook, the knight will be pinned to it. Yeah, so you have to do that. Well, you don't have to, but I play that. And now, what about queen here? There we go. I probably want to get out of this pin soon. My queen is defending with my bishop. Stuff like this might be in the air. If they do this, king here, then knight h4 is a new square. Okay, now I think I'm making some progress, because I could force their bishop off of f5. And let's get this strike in. Probably take with the bishop. So they have this square for the knight, but maybe I could think about some little knight dance. I think my knight's kind of stupid now, and he needs to relocate. Oh, also don't forget about this pawn. That was a free pawn, and should I take him now? Yeah, I could take him now, although there's going to be some pressure here, no? Should I go pawn hunting? Alright, show me. Rook here, I go there. Alright, this is gonna look really bad. You ready for this move? Yeah, that's how I drew it up. It's sad, but if I went here, there was bishop a6, a7. Get your squares straight. Rook c4, there's a skewer, fork. Call the tactic the right way. Alright, so now we're going to go here, I guess? No, right here. I don't know, gotta make a decision. This is weak. I might be needing to play this move soon. Knight here I could take on d5. It's going to come down to the wire. Okay. Noted. And maybe I have to do this move? No, this pawn is hanging. Alright, when in doubt, lash out. How's that for reasoning? Alright, I'm up a pawn, but their rooks are going to get super active. Also, this knight move here looks pretty juicy. Alright, maybe I could get the bishop pair. Rook takes here might be a move. Both under a minute. Yupper. I got the bishop pair. Ooh. Interesting move. Let's start with this, though. That's a rock for a bishop, isn't it? Yeah, I definitely have compensation here. Bishop on b5 is a superstar. MVP. The most valuable piece. Maybe. Alright, let's push this guy. He's passed. Even on time. I guess here. I have good control over all pawn breaks. I like it. Improve the king. Improve the rook. Give this guy a kick. Let's push. Push here. And let's keep it closed some. Let's give a check. And I feel like I could even exchange this. Typically you want to not do that, but I'm getting another pawn now. My bishop still remains an animal right here. King is a beast. King is definitely a beast. I have two connected pass pawns. Yeah, this is going to be winning. Yeah, let's just go here. And keep marching. Yeah, they're pushing through. And they're down on time. Oof, that was a tight game. Got critical, of course, as soon as I played c5 there. 460th place. Watch out. Watch out, I'm coming up the ranks. Blazing speed. 100 places at a time. The Best Buy test. Alright, we have the old French. Let's throw the Tarash. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get bishop here in. Okay, that's normally it's c5. So because they didn't play that move, I'm gonna play f4, and this knight will be quick to get here. Let's go here. This knight will play here. I want to make sure I maintain a pawn on d4. I think black did not correctly strike at my center as swiftly as they should have. Might be mistaken. Let's keep the knight out of b4. Interesting move. I think I might want to stop this knight from getting to c4. Let's do that. I weaken these squares. Actually, maybe they had knight takes here and queen there. Anyway. Let's continue. I have some space on the king's side. What is that move about? Kind of staring off into space. That's my impression of it. Not sure what it's doing. It's running into these tempo moves, for one. And also there's some tactics of takes and then queen here. Or maybe even, like if I can make a cool knight move. I'm threatening this. Double attack. Down a minute. This is pretty natural. Let's start with something natural. They can't feel too comfortable being in a pin. Uh-huh. So they ran away scared. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I was going to go here. Let's just drift over towards the king side. This kind of stuff. Threatening f5, this pawn break is desirable. I could already get it in. Do I have a good reason not to do it? Maybe. Maybe I want to stop this knight move first. Queen d2. They're moving very fast, by the way. Um, let's be direct. I'm not sure how I want to take. I'm feeling more like this is the better way to do it. I'd really like to end up with a knight here. Now, this is definitely enormous, having a knight on this square. Interesting move. Let's move forward. I think that's a fine square. I don't want to take and invite their queen forward. All right. Maybe I'll come over here now. Double up on the f-file. Queen d3. Or what about this, actually? Yeah, let's do this. I want queen g4. Continue to move very fast. My bishop's kind of stupid here on b2, but a knight on this square should compensate. Here, this kind of stuff if the queen is on g6 if he's removed. That stuff is in the air. That is a very weakening move. There, we're going to go here with check, and then here, no matter what. I want to get into f6. Look for this stuff as well. Weaken their dark squares. They don't have a dark square bishop, and they just drop their queen. Oof. I guess they were blind to that rook for a move. All right, they resigned, and I have a beefy dozen points. Ranked 386. Full steam ahead. Yeah, wow. 20 hours left. Alright, let's try with knight f6 here. Let's go g6. And we don't want our knight to get kicked around. Ooh, 4 pawns attack. Okay, let's castle and look to take advantage of the fact that they have not developed. So let's open up this position some. I need to strike at their center in some way. This is the way to do it. c5, d5. Let's open stuff up. Engage with their pawns. And we're going to take with the bishop and develop. Pressure here. This square is open for my knight. Let's get there. Is there really a better square for him? I don't think so. This is a half-open file. It seems sensible. Let's get there. If this knight moves, I think I just play knight d4. Seems a little bit slow, but I guess they're preparing this. Now knight g4 could back up. How could I improve? What about knight h5? Don't know about that move. I feel like a6 and then b5 stuff. Actually, this bishop move. Yeah, let's actually do this. A bishop move. I'm threatening knight takes pawn right now. If h3, I could claim a little bit of success. I don't want to take because they recapture and defend here. But at least I've weakened g3. Is that time well spent? I don't know. But I know that this is a weakness, so this was my idea to follow up. Knight takes bishop. I'm going to take with the pawn, I think. Or should I take with the rook? Pressure here, but bishop f3, yeah, I'll just take. If I take with the pawn... No, let's keep this file half open. I have pressure here. Bishop there, I'll take him out. I have to be careful over this square, for sure. So otherwise this knight will pounce into my position. So, I kind of feel like I want to go with the piece sack. It looks interesting. Let me go for it. Focusing on g3 a little bit. Don't know if this is enough compensation, but I have two knights in the center. I have c2 of queen here. This should be a little bit of compensation, but I'll have to be accurate with my calculation from this point on for sure. Bishop f4 might be a very clean way to defend against knight g3. However, I could scoop up this pawn and renew the threat of knight g3. Both knights now converge there. My bishop is opened up. I might pick off that pawn and meet rook b1 with knight c3. Bishop d4, bishop e5 come to mind. Bishop d4 can hit with check. I'm going into pawn grabbing mode a little bit. Don't know if I would really even take the rook even if I had that option, but I certainly will go about it with a check and then knight c3. So how are we doing? I kind of lost count a little bit. Could get this material back with knight c3 for sure, but is there something better? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm up 3 pawns if I go in for the exchange. That should be convincing enough. Just get some material back. I think so. When you see a good move, look for a better one. Is there really a better one here? Let's go. And now we're going to look to develop. Queen here is the way to do it. Defense, functions on an open file, prepares, maybe bishop to e5. Let's also not forget about knight here. I could get out of any pin by playing knight takes bishop check. Okay. They're apparently fine with that. So their king is super weakened. In fact, it's mate. Pawn takes. I'm forgetting that this is covered. That's game. Oof. Tactics kind of worked out there. I wasn't able to calculate them all. That's for sure, but I just identified a couple weak squares. Had some nice knight activity. 2 knights on the 4th rank, 2 knights in my opponent's position. So that's where there was some compensation. Let's develop. Alright, I need to strike at their pawn duo. Otherwise, he's going to have a tough day. Okay. And we want to make sure I maintain control over this square. They're giving up their light square bishop. I don't see a reason to take him right now. Let's get on with castling. If I could take the bishop and get in e4 and be assured that these 2 pawns are exchanged, that would be desirable. Because the bishop would not be obstructed with the pawn on e4. I'd be seeing the queenside squares really well, and his presence will really be felt. b7, the rook, the knight. Can I consider maybe e4 prior to this capture? That way there isn't a d4 follow-up. Maybe. This seems pretty natural to develop and throw a strike at my knight. That's a very slow move. They are not developing. It's my first impression. Stopping a pin against their knight is the only reason I could assign for h6. Also weakens this square. When I take here, I could think about dropping my queen into g6. How would they deal with that? I could peel this pawn away from defense. That feels really good to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Queen d3 or queen c2? Probably c2. Queen d3, there's this move. Let's go queen c2. It's an open file, so sometimes you'd want to shy away from that because you'd run into a tempo-gaining move by black with their rook against your queen. But I clearly have one good square in mind with my queen, and they're preparing to meet queen g6 with queen f7. I like that. If I play knight b5, however, isn't that a little bit uncomfortable? Let's try for this. With bishop f4 and then maybe jump in here. I think they can meet that with e5, but that would weaken this square. Moreover, now that the queen hasn't played to f7, I could play this check and now meet queen f7 with making temporary use of this queen being pinned. I could insert this check first. Next take the queen and then take the rook. They might get my knight, but at the very least I'm netting the exchange. So let's cash out. I don't think I have anything better. Yeah, my knight will be hunted down. Is it worth the time to spend this move and double their pawns, or should I just get on with developing? I'm just going to develop. I don't care if they had doubled pawns or not. I want the move. So how can I successfully open up this position? Let's start with this move. Keep the knight out of this central post. Rook here. a3, b4, a3. Maybe even I do a move like this, just to exchange the bishop. Kind of want to get here. And I'm also leaning more towards rook f to c1, so that if this capture does come about, I could take with the a pawn, and then my a rook gets some work along the a file. Okay, this is probably a good thing for me to see. If I could exchange this last rook here, he's going to turn into an animal. So they're apparently welcome with this exchange. I don't think they should be. Let's get on this open file now. Next phase, enter here. How can I make that happen? Let's start with the b4. Preparing to kick a knight post on c6 away with b5. I want to make sure I could kick him away. I may want to reroute my bishop. Alright, let's break open the position some more. So now there's two open files. And if I go here, I drop my bishop with knight f3. Alright, you know what? Let's start with bishop here. They're playing pretty quick. I kind of want to scoot my king over, or I think knight a3 is a bit of a bother. Let's go here for starters and look to enter on a7. That pawn will be pinned. And it's actually quite difficult to defend that, no? Oh, they could still go here with the knight. Okay, so they're stopping that. Can I just get rid of that bishop, though? Hmm. Um, Interesting moment. Let's go with this. I think my main objective should really be to get my rook on the 7th rank, and he's going to be a tough piece to work around. Let's keep an eye on the clock here. I'm back about 20 seconds. Okay. Okay. Give a check to the king. Yeah, let me inconvenience the king first, force him here, and play right here next. My idea is this. I may want to prep that first with f3, though. Nice move. This is going to be difficult. All right, let's start with this. They're moving very fast. I don't have increment either. Knight takes pawn, I'll take here, and then there. Follow? You got that? All right, I'm gonna take that out. Inconvenience the king. Keep pressure on this pawn. As soon as the knight moves, I'm taking the b pawn. I have pressure here as well. I want to enter with my king next, and be very careful about their knight. Stop that pawn from going any further. King e2, 2 squares away diagonally from the knight. He is going to take quite a while for him to get active. Now they could actually do that, huh? Let's get over, though. I can hunt him down if the king comes over here. Their knight can't move just yet. If this pawn moves, he lacks some support. How about we just go here for starters? Kind of like a nothing move. I can't really keep going with these nothing moves, though. Okay, let's get pushing, actually. I could get an outside pass pawn. Alrighty. What's that knight up to? Alright, we're gonna get running. I could cut the king off, actually. The no soup for you move coming up soon. Rook g8, cut him off. No crossing allowed. Also, rook g6, let's not forget about that. Knight here, I could take out the rook. Boom, boom, and then push. They're catching up on time. I guess they have to go knight here. King f7, rook g6. Let's keep pushing. Keep pushing, and I'm going to actually push through successfully. But maybe better is this. Check first. King here, I go there. I want to take the knight, and then get a queen. Got a queen. Let's run over there, pick up this guy, and then just push through. No stalemates. No stalemates. No stalemates. And we're just looking for a mate now. Coming up soon. They're down on time. Tough resistance right there, being up the exchange, but it was tough to get my rooks active. I think they could have done one better if they kept that rook on board, you know? They shouldn't have been so welcome to that rook exchange. 287th place. Seba. All right, let's try for a Sicilian here, huh? I usually only go for fishing pole stuff if it's the bullet stuff. All right, I guess we're going advanced French territory land. Let's look to exchange off this light square bishop. Let's do it. C4 is a move. All right. Let's just take. And develop. I want this knight right here. B4 is a move. And I think I'm going to drop all the way back. Yeah. I want to keep that square open for my bishop. Bishop here, I go here, because I want to keep pressure on their pawn. I have a space disadvantage. Aren't they just running straight into this? What's wrong with me taking this pawn? Bishop f4, I could play knight takes knight with check to get out of the pin. Any bishop move I have first, knight takes knight. I don't see really a good way that their dark square bishop could hurt me on the dark squares. They're going to have to show me. I think I'm just up a pawn here. Maybe they didn't see I could get out of the pin with check. Okay, so they're down a pawn. And I'm maybe ready to do this. Not now, though, because their queen is defended. So let's develop my knight. Probably. Also, bishop here wasn't a bad move. Threatens the h2 square. I don't think there's a good discovery for their bishop. He'd have to go here to defend the rook. So let's develop and throw a strike. f4. I can move forward, or I could play queen h5 with this in mind. This offers a queen exchange. But I think in this position I'm actually looking to attack them. I like my queen position better than theirs. I have a 5th rank queen versus their 2nd rank queen. This is also a weak point. This seems to win some material straight away. Threatening h2, threatening to take and then take here, and really simplifying the position a great deal. Mefix, thank you for the subscription 22 months in a row. Appreciate that. If there were other ones that came in while I was playing, I didn't see them. That's the first one I'm seeing. I'm thinking of castles or knight g4. Also, I have this idea in mind too. Knight g4. Let's go straight in for this. That's going to be tough. Maybe best is this. Knight takes, rook takes. If bishop here, the knight has to block. I could then just take, castle, occupy the open file. Oh no, let's just take here. And even grab another pawn, actually. Yeah, let's take him out. Stops. Well, the rook wasn't able to go there, but hey, I'm grabbing a pawn, I'm hitting the rook, I'm threatening to take with check. I'm up 2 pawns, I'm 1 move away from castling, and I probably should castle now. Can't do without it. Let's finally get that move in. And then seek exchanges. This is useful. An ensuing useful move is rook here. Let's start with this one, just in case this is maybe tender at some stage. I think this is the appropriate rook to play to the c file first. Follow-up improvements, rook c4, doubling, flight square. Maybe even offer a queen exchange. Let's go here. Double up next. They've weakened their dark squares, so I could look to inch in just a little bit more. I could probably just go in for the double. Let's do that. Back about a minute. rook f1, I'm guessing, but no, I could meet that with rook takes knight. This is now the threat, and I'd be defending my bishop. Rook f2, there's bishop e3. Yeah, so they missed this idea. I could take here. I don't have any back rank issues. Pawn takes, rook takes, rook takes. I have this move with check, and then I could get in a flight square. Okay, now I'm just up a rook. Flight square, queen trade. Just to be extra cautious. This guy that's in first, I guess he's been playing since the beginning of the tournament. 173. Yo. Alright, my rook is under fire. Let's improve my queen position and think about rook f1. Let's not only go with strictly defensive moves here. Let's finally get that flight square in. Maybe even here to clamp down. Why not? No rush. Rook e5, here, even here's an idea. Here with queen to f4, if rook e5. It's getting slightly fancy, but it's okay. Let's just offer some exchanges. Romeos88 in the chat, did I play any Slither? That's why you're tuning into the stream now. Because of Slither. Let's grab that pawn. Queen takes here is running into mates. Alright, so this should turn out to be mate in a couple. Yep, that's going to do it. Alright, back to tournament. Place number 245. Oh, man. Alright. Let's try d4. I think I'm going to have to withdraw for a moment after this game. Oh, I don't know. Let's take e3 and then c4. Alright. Let's see what they're doing about that pawn. Nothing. Is queen g5 the idea? I don't know. Show me, I guess. Withdraw for Slither. Withdraw because I think Mother Nature's calling. Can I take on d5? Let's see. I can always just take the bishop, but can I grab another pawn here? Yeah, no, I don't anticipate playing the whole tournament Slim MG. Queen takes pawn, knight takes knight, I could take the knight with check. Queen takes pawn, I'm hitting the bishop. Queen takes pawn, queen a5, knight c3, all's fine there. Queen takes pawn, knight f6, I take the bishop. I don't see a reason not to scoop up another pawn. Take it. Alright, so now we could go into a sequence where I take the bishop, queen takes, and then get this guy. I'm going to do that. I think I'm winning a piece now. This queen is overloaded. Even on rook d8, I could take the bishop. I'm winning some material here. Would I lose the fire if I withdraw? Does anybody know? Hey, it doesn't really matter. Hey. Doesn't really matter. Now, if I take the queen, bishop takes, I think my knight is stranded, so I think it's important I take here. I'm just up a piece now. Ooh, now I'm up 2 pieces. And now I could take this pawn and threaten a chop there. Just going into Pac-Man mode here. I've made nearly all my moves are captures. Rook here, there's a fork. Return to tournament. I should have withdrawn. Let me withdraw for a moment. I need to take a quick time out, and I will be right back. 19 hours left. There we go. Gandalf. Let's throw e4. Gandalf. And I guess we'll go for this. Hello, Jim Jigga. The chat. Mainline stuff. And let's go for h4. Ooh. Is that a mouse slip? That doesn't seem right. Huh. Usually it's h6 there. That's why I'm thinking it was a mouse slip. So, what are the differences between the two? Well, g5 is a little bit more of an issue, is it not? Also, this is vulnerable, so this move comes to mind. Interesting. Although on knight h3 there is e5. Can't I just take, though? I'm still just going to go here. I think I could still make use of the g5 square somehow. Oh man, they are really making some odd moves here. What is going on with this? Trade bishops and then look to get here. Bishop c4 is also another move. I like this. It's got to be simple. I mean, it is simple and it's probably good. Castle, rook to e1. Maybe I don't want even kingside castle. How about queen e2, bishop f4? Go queenside. Yeah, let's go right here. Bishop f4, queenside castle. Where is their queen going? Wow. They're just going to have to show me. Yeah, bishop f4. Maybe I go kingside, actually. A little bit annoying. I'm tempted to take that knight, because otherwise jumping into g4 is a bit annoying. I'm going to go kingside. Go kingside, rook e1. Bishop here, though. That's another idea. How in the world is black finishing development? I don't get it. I mean, maybe just some idea connected with g5 here, but I don't even have to take. g6, I could go here. e6, I could go there. Where's their queen going? Definitely an odd way to play this. Let's just take away the one square they have, d5. The other rook here. Blast open the position. Bishop here. Where's the queen going? Wow. Threatening to take the queen with check. Don't quite understand. I'm a bit baffled. Play b3 next just to secure c3. Kill the knight. There is no bishop takes c4. I'll take the queen with check. I don't have much time. Maybe that's my biggest issue in this position. Just don't spend so much time. Alright, let's go here. Get this knight into play soon. No. I don't want a queen exchange. I'm hitting here. Wow, that is a super weakening move. Look at this square. Unbelievable. The king is cut off. a4, a5 I should have considered. Let's do it now. They're moving very fast. But there are plenty of weaknesses. I could also maybe take here. Look at this knight. Well, let's go here. Open up the C file, get a rook c1 in. Also, this opens up knight d4 into here, or even knight g5 here. This is definitely winning, but the clock situation is it's a bit tricky. Let's get here. I'll take a knight out if he arrives here. Soon to be picking up the exchange, it feels that way. He's a dead piece. Let's just take him out. Actually, I may be winning more than that. I'm winning a full piece. There's no h2 stuff. Let's pick up the bishop. They continue to move fast. Rook here, I return with the fork. Just getting a full rook. Huh. Okay, they resign. Yeah, that was... I don't know. And it was awkward as soon as h5 was played, or at least... I don't know. I never saw that idea before. Maybe that was in fact a mouse slip, and then they tried to work with it. I don't know, but that f6 move was really the one that I don't know. Can't really explain why f6 was played, because that made the e6 pawn a forever target. Yeah, let's break up their pawn duo. Head for a Sveshnikov Sicilian. Stop knight d6. Kick him out before I do anything about this bishop breaking the pin or anything. Okay. I'm going to play b5. We're going to defend b4 and keep this square open temporarily. I have an idea in mind with playing queen a5, queen c5. Let's first play here. Queen a5, there'd be knight takes. I don't want to damage my structure. So queen a5, queen c6. This also, they'll have to invest some tempo with getting their king off of this diagonal. So this is a fine post for my queen. This is even an idea. And this one. Bishop e6 is the likely square for him. Should I take this guy out right now? Is this going to be a great bother? This is usually quite common to just give up the bishop for knight right back. Maybe I should do that before knight f5 is in. Maybe I should have done it one move sooner, because now they could take with the rook, and then maybe I have some fear there. Let's start with this. Maybe I could even challenge this knight with knight d4. Okay, now they're really just kind of trying to force my hand here. Interesting move. Well, okay, I have this square covered. Okay, they took with the knight. Huh. Should I improve my knight position? Probably. Yeah, let's get here. So that on takes I could take, and this pawn isn't attacking my knight, and I don't have h7 hit. I think I have to open up another side of the board. Yeah, let's try to break open the A file. They've played the opening very quick. h4 is mysterious. Is their queen short on squares? She is short on squares, actually, this queen. Don't really see how I could trap her, though. Let's carry on. Open up the A file. He's no longer needed on the B file. On knight f5, I'm not quite sure what I want to do there. That pawn could be a great bother. f6 ideas. Okay, now this knight is restricted. Let's first take. If the knight moves, I take the bishop. Let's get over here. Rook a2. Okay, so now there's some possibilities for unprotected pieces and such. Is it time for a flight square at this moment? Feels like it. Let's sneak in a flight square. I don't see, this is, when you're not quite sure how to improve any of your pieces, that's usually around the time you look at these flight squares and determine which of the two. It's usually the g pawn or h pawn that you would move, and I feel it's the better for the h pawn. Moving the g pawn, they could immediately take advantage of that weakness. So I could take, there's a disconnect currently between the rooks. Also, what about rook a5 and then just doubling up? Even this move. This is another one. I should have considered this move. Let's try that. Let's mix it up. Maybe they'll give me a passed a pawn. Oh, now they're conceding control of the a file. So let's immediately get to the second rank. These ideas now spring to mind. Even this, all three of my pieces can converge on f7, f2. I think that might be decisive, actually, to break open in the center, or in the f-file right now. I think I'm soon to have all major pieces converging on f2. Queen, and both rooks from both directions. Let's go with the knight, so I am at least out of my queen's way. Knight takes knight is a mate in 2. And so now I could take with the rook even. Alright, I think they're just going to play here. Can I play rook b7? I think my rook's short on squares, though. Bishop here might be a move. Queen d2, though. I don't know. Let's take. And I don't know. Let's go here. Think about this move and maybe my queen over in this direction. I have less than a minute. Did not budget my time well here. It's because I thought I had something brewing against f2, but not quite. Maybe I took on f5 with the wrong piece. Maybe it should have been my bishop. I don't know. Here, I guess. If the knight moves, I could think about bishop c2. Or maybe even this. Not quite. I don't know. Here, it's kind of a passing move. Let's improve my queen. There is no... Oh, there's knight takes, though. Ah, I missed that. Knight takes pawn. I'm on f2, I'm on h4. They'll just play g3. Oh, they're on my bishop as well. Rook here is fine. I got nothing. I'm beat here. Yeah. Rook to e3 and everything's defended. Let's try to get to their back rank, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to have to try to hold this, and it's going to be quite difficult, clearly. Oh well. Only 22 seconds. Let's clamp down here. No good on time. Yikes. It was a promising position. Have to keep pressure on their pawns. Not a lot of time either. 10 seconds, no increment. Rook e6, or rook d6 is good. Yeah, and they're just going to walk over with their king. I got to defend laterally. Not the most convincing approach what they're doing, but it should still be sufficient. Plus, I only have 4 seconds. That's the biggest issue, huh? I have to kind of gamble a little bit. Four seconds. They're letting me back in just a little bit. Now it's a draw. Offer a draw. Oh, they did that move. It was a draw, but they could have also just played on time. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. I think the computer would have a really good suggestion in that one. Right when I played f5. I think how I recaptured on f5 again. I should have done it a little bit different. I was lucky to even end up in a drawn position in that game. Okay, carry on. Carry on. Let's stop. What am I stopping with that? The bishop wasn't threatening to get out here. Alright, let's get d4 in. That bathroom break killed me, man. Ah, that's what did it. Let's grab some space. Stare at that f6 square a little bit. You like that mistake? Or that, you like that mistake? You like that excuse? It's the bathroom, man. That's the problem. Alrighty, let's take him out. The pressure's a bit much here, but I have some ideas. Jump into c5. He's not around so soon to dislodge stuff like queen c2, maybe even queen d2, and then the doubling or even tripling up on the c file. Let's also be careful. Queen d2, there is bishop h6. you know? Also, rook c5, while it attacks the queen, after she gets out of the way, there's bishop c8 ideas, so maybe not so fast, huh? Natural stuff like queen c2, maybe even queen d2, and then the doubling or even tripling up on the c file. Let's also be careful. Queen d2, there is bishop h6. You know? Also, rook c5, while it attacks the queen, after she gets out of the way, there's bishop c8 ideas, so maybe not so fast, huh? There is also rook c3, queen c2, rook c1. Yeah, let's go for that. I'd be fine with the dark square bishop exchange. I'm holding off on this move, but I don't know. If they ever have a pawn on h6 and this rook isn't defending here, g4, if I could get it in and be assured I'm winning material, that's a different story, but this is one of the most committal moves in chess, really. Why not berserk, someone's asking. I'm not really looking to... I'm just looking to play some quality games. So I'm not too concerned with, trying to win the tournament or anything. Alright, so they're stopping rook c1. You know what? I might actually go for this idea now, because I have an idea where I focus on the f6 square. I could get g5 in. I was saying earlier that this is really the only way forward that I see for black. But suppose I have g5 and this in, and I have a knight arriving here. Soon they're going to have to take out a knight, and their dark squares are completely crunched. I have good control over this position. This is the one square that I'm really giving up in order to get this in order to get this grip over f6. I give up the f5 square, striking a d4, but could I just ignore it? Let me just go here for the moment. Bishop here was another idea. Maybe the more convenient defender. I guess that could have been challenged. I don't know. Should still be alright. It's a very critical moment. I think... Okay, yeah, there's that move. But... I'm gonna... Should I ignore that? I probably should. Yeah. Let them take that pawn. I was considering this move, but then there's h5. Queen takes g5 first. Yeah, let's do it. So they might go for this stuff, but they're soon to be facing mating ideas on their dark squares. These three pieces won't be around to help out controlling any of the dark squares. If they're going in for this stuff, it's up to their queen to somehow stop their queen getting to g7, but I don't see how that happens. Here, there, chop, chop, check, take, queen h6. You're not stopping queen g7 for long. So it's pretty critical here. This f6 square, very strong queen position. This structure here kills this rook. The bishop is a tall pawn. They're going in for that. This square is covered, and that's the more important fork to be on the lookout for. I'm taking with the pawn. And we might have that very variation. No. But suppose I remove this knight. And how can I do that? This seems like the way to do it. This rook here. Because it stops e5 and d4. And when I take and then play queen here, I don't have a hanging rook on e1 anymore. So the threat now is to take the knight, pawn takes, queen h6, there's a check, king h2, and there's no good follow-up checks. It's important I go to h2, not g2, as otherwise queen f1 hits with check. About even on time. Now they're hanging their queen. Let's just take their queen. And rook here, still with this idea to take here? No. We're going to play it a little bit simpler. Let's just go here. And what next? I'd like to remove this knight, so who's going to do that? This guy. Somehow. So rook takes, I'm taking with the knight. Hits with the fork, and now I want to do something like this or that. No, probably this. Yep, let's go right in for it. Remove the glue. As soon as this knight moves, queen h6. Right now he's controlling these two. The pawn's getting that last one. So I can't get to the h-file squares. Push here. Might return right away. They're at 45. If I took the knight instead of the queen, queen h6 would be met with queen takes f6. Can also do this move, which interferes with some rook idea. Next up, knight g3. Threatening to queen to go bishop here, but then there's this. This is winning now. Let's just scoop up some material. And whoa! I was ready to take that pawn. Don't do that. This is the unprotected pawn, not that one. Now he's unprotected. That would have been bad. Let's just get this guy. He's the passed pawn. Go. Pawn hunting. But queen now. Scoop up another pawn. And we're back to tournament. Alright. 38th. I don't have fire. I forgot what color I was playing. Was I messing up with the colors? Alright, let's try a King's Indian attack setup. Okay, that's a little bit awkward to see c6. Normally there's some, against this King's Indian attack formation, there's this expansion stuff on the queen side, but they're not going for that. Alright. A little bit awkward to see that knight there. At some point this could probably be an idea. Should I play e5? I think I like that idea. If I need more support, maybe here. It's my queen. Now they're playing that. C3 and then d4? Or what about c4, actually? Maybe start with h4 before I make any committal pawn moves here. Let's see what they do about their knight. Let's defend this first. They strike here, e6 is tender. Okay, they're not doing that, so now their knight has to go in the corner. And I could break down their squares with h6. And then look for this stuff. Once again, the f6 square. I think I like this idea. Let's do it. g6, this knight's dead. I'm looking to eliminate their g7 pawn. Now their king is invited forward. That can't be bad. This is my highly sophisticated plan. A little knight dance into g4. Observes all these weak squares. Is it worthwhile to play d4? No. I think I'm done making pawn moves. Let's go, knight. Let's go. Just there in time to lend more support. They're ready to take out my knight and then crash through here. So this is pretty serious. Wow. You really gonna do that? They should be punished. But how do you do that exactly? Bishop h6, king h7, bishop takes rook, pawn takes knight, bishop takes bishop, pawn takes knight. I should have an attack against their king if this pawn isn't around, even if they get 2 minor pieces for the rook. Alrighty, I'm locked in. They have that defended, so they don't have to take back here. They could go for this stuff. But I'm looking to get this stuff in if they go after my 2 minor pieces. Okay, they didn't do that. So now I even have this check. Or playing it a little bit simpler. Well, wait, actually this knight check is uncovering an attack against the bishop. Maybe I should start with this. Yeah, let's do that actually. That way when I take, the pawn is controlling this square and I have knight g5 soon. Could do this move now. But let's just immediately recapture. So I'm up the exchange. And I'm just looking to simplify some. This move? Yeah, I think so. Knight takes knight? No, let's just recapture. Alrighty. Let's take there. Offer a queen exchange. Will they go for a queen exchange? Otherwise, maybe I could scoop up that pawn. I was intending to meet queen there with this, but maybe not. Maybe I go here. Or even here. Here? Oh, wait a second. What about rook e4? Let's do that. Oh, there's this move. I'm only realizing that now. But I have this. The H file is going to be opened up soon. A minute 12. Okay. Queen here. Yeah. My rook is pinned. What about just f3? Or f4. Make a move, man. What's the matter with you? You have 46 seconds, yeah. Spend 40 seconds finding the objectively best move. And then lose on time. Alright, I'm looking at this stuff next. Queen exchange, hitting here. Also this move, because the bishop's pinned. That's gonna do it. Yeah, taking advantage of the pin. It's, an h5 move. Again, they could have gone for the two minor pieces, but this attack seemed to be quite promising. Let's check. I guess I get to pick my favorite way to mate in that position. All right. Ooh, 141st place. Alrighty. Thank you for the follows on Twitch. Many of them I see. Toxic George and Knight of Dark 94, to name a couple. Thank you for the follows. Alright. Okay. Let's castle. And let's start with d6. Could go with d5 as well. b6, bishop b7, c5. Okay, let's immediately challenge that pawn. Ooh. Alrighty. Let's get my knight here. Where else is he going to go? Rook here. Knight d4 is an idea. It's a pretty weakening move. Let's take first, maybe? What about any knight move here attacks this guy? Let's take first, though. Let's see how they recapture. I'm expecting this. And then maybe c takes, rook here, rook c1. I could do this, and then that. Okay. This is also an idea. Welcome some exchanges. Knight g4. Yeah, let's go for that. Let's focus a little bit on the e5 square. Let's uncover my dark square bishop. Their queen is now restricted. Let's not be so quick to just jump into this square. I'd like to see them first provoke me. Maybe I could temporarily make use of f2. They're not doing nothing about this pin. So this is already an idea, but I'm not going to be so quick to give up my dark square bishop, even if it nets me a pawn. Maybe first I could play b5. If knight takes, then I do bishop takes. And if pawn takes, I do bishop takes. I think this is a way to break up their center some more. Let's do that. They're not yet castled, so let's certainly be welcome to many exchanges, many pawn exchanges, many open files, open diagonals. The more pawns exchanged, the better when you're ahead in development. Queen b6 comes to mind. Now I'm just winning a pawn. Let's do it. And now I remove the defender of d5, so these moves. But what about this stuff? Knight e5 and then here. Queen b6 hits the b4 pawn. Yeah, let's do that. Let's move forward. Throw a punch. Develop with tempo, with an attack. I could go into knight e5 next move, maybe. a3 is pretty common reply. Anything on f2? I don't think so. Maybe just double up now. Although rook here, there's a knight kick and then bishop e3. Have to be a little bit careful of that. Let's do this. My queen is a bit short on squares. Although I guess she would have had a6 if they did something like that. Maybe this was better, instead of immediately making use of this square. Bishop takes. No, I want to hang on to my dark square bishop. And maybe next bishop a6 and then drop a knight into d3. Let's try that. I've given up on putting pressure on d5. Let's go all the way back. I'm fearful of some pin if I play queen b7. Let's see. Bishop d4. Rook e1, maybe I do this. Let's jump right in. Actually, this sequence which takes here, I'm on the knight. Let's not forget that. I have my bishop and rook converging here. I want to do this. Let's go for it right now. I'm looking to just win a pawn. Queen b7. He's going to be tough to defend now. Let's not be so quick to take him, though. He's attacked twice, defended 0. If I did this, they'd take this guy. He's passed. He's probably a good pawn to hang on to. Okay, so they're investing some material. Do have activity, though, for my rooks. I'm in at 3. Just looking for some exchanges. Knight moves. Rook c3 is nice. I have no fear of my king position, so slow improvements, maybe this stuff. Maybe queen b5. And then some rook takes pawn if the queen is ever unprotected. Let's go for this first. No, I don't like going in a pin. No, that's all right. Knight here I could take. Might be a tempting move, actually. Yeah. Okay, so they walked right into that little tactic. And now the queens are off. More exchanges, the better for the side with material plus. Let's get to the second. King is cut off. Their king does not have a good home. Let's just make sure this pawn is scooped up. 44 seconds. Gotta go a little faster. Their bishop's in a pin. I might sacrifice. Let's do it. Play this position up 2 pawns. Wait, what? Okay. They did a move that I just did not expect. 34 seconds. Okay, if I went here, there was g5. Let's secure my king position on f6. That's why I played h6. Inconvenience their king. Let's get this move in. Keep this pawn island together. Get pushing these guys. Get this guy in with check. Keep pushing. King up next. Go for a queen trade. Not quite, though. There we go. Making good progress. Keep going with these guys. Check. Keep going. Keep pushing. And give mate. Alright. 44 is where I'm at. 123rd place. Oh. What a long tournament, huh? $18 remain. Top guy is at 215. Bahadir Ozan. Really young, strong player. Okay. Let's go with c5. Let's focus on d4. And I may want to actually give up my bishop for their knight and focus on that point. So he's going to go for a little journey and soon arrive on d4. Can you really stop that? I don't think so. Maybe let me make some temporary use of my knight on c7. Let me not be so quick to jump in here. Maybe now it's a little bit different. This knight here, they're preparing b4 in one swing. I could just take and jump in. Would I really like that resulting structure? I don't think it'd be bad, but might end up in an opposite color bishop. If we're going to have opposite color bishops, maybe I still want to have a knight on board. Knight e6 is my alternative, but b4 is hitting really fast, and I don't want to deal with this rook having play against my b pawn, so we're going to run it like this. Jump in. I actually thought pawn takes, so that way there's some pressure against d7. That's one of the things that makes, working around this pawn a bit uncomfortable, is that he's maybe difficult to defend, the e-pawn. Had they taken like this and established a space advantage with their e-pawn, that's a little bit of a bother. So I think I want to take some time out to stop b4. I think that would have been a good play. So let's do this. This first, and then we get rolling with this stuff. I guess they're coming at me in this direction, but he's going to be a super defender against any pawn storm. And maybe they're going in for a dark square bishop exchange, but I don't think that's a good choice. I don't know. I don't think that's a. I don't think that they could really be so successful with an attack against my king. Let's expand first. Okay, so they were kind of bluffing in a way. I could consider stopping this pawn cold with f5. Or maybe even e6. Let's try e6. This is a bit annoying, actually. How much progress can I really make on the queen side if I keep these pawns as is? Let's try it. I'm gonna keep this structure. Ooh, they're just giving that guy up, huh? Well, if I take here, rook c6 is a bother, so I don't want to give their rooks access. Interesting. My rook would stop stuff. If the g-file opens, it makes it difficult for them to contest the g-file. I got to start going a little bit faster. Would they be okay with a queen exchange? Let's see. I don't know. They probably shouldn't exchange queens here. But I don't know. Uh-huh. Let's start with this. I want to keep him here. Maybe I do want to go with this now. My bishop's going to be super right here. Let's step my king up for starters. This really weakened their dark squares. e5 and f6. e5 is a forever home. Queen b4 kind of slithering in. Those of you that were here for the last live stream know why I use that term. A slitherer. That's an interesting move. Let's start with this. Meeting this move with g5. Sneaky. Okay, now we got this stuff going on, no? As soon as this queen gives me an opportunity, I'm really going to look into queen d2. Now they can't take. Bishop's unprotected. Let's not forget about the queen arriving on d4. Yeah, this should be good for me. g4, I don't know if I want to take. Get the queen in here. That's got to be a beautiful spot for the queen. Let's get there. I think I want to keep this pawn around. And actually that move. You know why? Because the h-file is going to open up, and I want to be able to drop back and keep control over the h-file. My rook on c7 wasn't able to do that. So it's awkward to go from closed file to closed file, but it has this idea in mind. He doesn't need to function on these 7th rank squares. He needs to get over here on these two open files. If this rook moves, actually, I could take on b2. Let's improve my queen. Pressure on basically everything. Queen on d4. Difficult piece to work around. Very, very difficult. I want to get here really soon. Right now. Or maybe not. How about rook h6 and then the other rook here? Let's look to attack their king. Let's do it. Big trouble coming up, no? I have a super queen. Let's look at the dark squares. There is no rook here now. Queen here. Rook there. Rook here's an idea. Let's just kind of make a passing move. I don't know what that move is doing. I only have 35 seconds. I want to get at that pawn. Queen here, queen trade, take with the pawn, have a pass b pawn. Queen here, I could exchange and win the exchange. Exchange queens, win the exchange. How do I improve? Maybe here? I don't know. Passing move. Okay, making some progress. Let's do this and then go here. Rook b2. Queen here. Give a check. Let's go here. What about queen right here? Let's hit the queen. Let's exchange. Can I pick up that pawn? Let's do it and then get back over to defend somehow. Queen check. Get pushing. Another check, and now I have to be really careful. Yikes. Oh, they mouse slipped. That's beautiful. I needed the mouse slip. Oh, I needed the mouse slip. Oh. Okay. Keep on going. I'll take them. That was a tight game. Alrighty. Let's go d4. Alright, let's just babysit the c4 pawn. Opportunity for what? Opportunity for a Dutch structure? No. Let's just castle. I'm going to look to eliminate this guy. Why not? Alright, let's do it. This is at least a common idea if they had a Dutch structure in, or a stonewall structure, because e5 as a whole. You might already regard this as a weak point, though. And difficult to really challenge a knight here. If ever a pawn push, he jumps in there now that h6 has been inserted. You're really going to play b5? Is it worthwhile to play knight e5, knight d7, f4? I feel like I need to just reroute my knight. He did his job. I think I need to get my knight back into play. So let's do it. One of those, one of these. Ooh. One of them. Well, I could take that pawn. I think they'll struggle to get it back. Okay. What's the story there? I guess on knight c6 they're pushing d4. Not afraid of that. This is a fine way to hang on to the pawn and think about jumping into b6. Takes, offer a queen exchange. This is a really good post for my knight. Hangs onto the pawn and clamps down on their squares. Their bishop is not playing. It's another way to look at it. I'm referencing these things because it's helpful to me to know. It helps me to better assess the position, determine who stands better. I'm one move away before there's a direct connection between the rooks. Knight b4, I may want to meet with bishop here, so maybe it's worthwhile to play rook c1, so that on this it's a much more comfortable reply of bishop b1. Or maybe we just take on d5. No, I'm going to go here. Actually, yeah. And on knight b4, I wouldn't play bishop b1, but rather bishop e2. I want to make sure I meet d takes c with bishop takes c. I don't want to end up with double pawns. It's unnecessary. I'm hesitant to take here because I would help out their bishop. So this is a case where I do well, I believe, at least to maintain the tension. Hello, phenomenally average. Don't know how to improve my pieces. Let's get a flight square in. I could do this. That's maybe a bit off. Don't know how to improve my pieces. Yeah, I mean, these are ways. Okay, so they're going for that. Oh, that was their idea, is to sidestep this stuff. All right, let's take once. And that's it. You take me and help develop my queen. Meanwhile, I'm looking at knight b6. e5 I could just take. Knight takes, queen takes, rook here is really helping out my development. If my queen is on f6, it's really difficult to see how they complete queenside development. Notice again, in this position with my knight on c, instead of this move, if their king was still there, I could have taken and then played bishop h7 with check. And then won the queen. Could take this pawn. Don't see a reason not to. h3 is also useful in stopping any bishop g4 pins. If my knight's attacked, well, that wouldn't be a good one. Queen here, knight there, there is no bishop g4. So I'm up 2 pawns and they miss this. Probably resign here. The old fork. Alright, back to tournament. How many players are here? There are 1,200 players in this tournament. I'm in the top 100. Ooh. Alright. 52, I'm on fire. Coming up the ranks. Don't really know how much longer I'll be going. I'm in trophy land. Top 100 gets a trophy. Break up that pawn duo. Challenge that pawn duo. It's important. It's castle. Let's go here. Interesting move. They weaken some light squares, so this bishop, his eyes just got a little bigger. Suppose I now chop, chop, and chop again. They're going to have to show me. I'm on that guy twice. Queen takes, knight takes. Knight in the center, man. Who's going to argue with that? Rook takes here next. I'm up a pawn. The knight is hit. Queen defends. I could take the knight and then land another fork. These knights, tricky pieces. This bishop's a loose piece, so there's double attacking ideas. Bishop here, maybe queen there. Bishop here, maybe queen c2. This stuff. If this in queen takes, I have that, but rook takes bishop, there's rook takes rook. e4 is an idea. I think I like e4. Take with the pawn and get a passed pawn. Knight takes knight, queen takes. I want there to be some cost connected with them removing my knight. And I think a cost connected with them taking my knight here is that they'll now have to deal with a passed d-pawn that I kind of view as a connected pass pawn because this bishop does a good job defending. They insist on putting pressure on my knight. But I could play here. Attack their bishop. Focus on this square. My rook is unprotected, but get this in? Yeah, feels right. Improve my knight position by a rank. Open up the door for my bishop. What better way to do that than knight d4? He's in the center now. Uh-huh. I could take here. Or even go here, but no, there's queen d6. So let's just immediately recapture with the pawn. Passed pawn now. Knight c6 incoming. In an opposite color bishop ending, queens exchange, if I have a pawn on c6, I should be able to work with that. I won't be too quick to exchange both sets of rooks, should that type of ending come about where it's the opposite colored bishops. Knight c6 is what I'm eyeing up right now. I was ready to blunder my knight with queen c2. Let's do it. Looking to take with my pawn. Yupper. And we have this very position coming about? No. Well, what about queen c2? Yeah. Push. Here. There. That move, huh? Isn't rook here a bit of a bug? Queen f6. Let's just go here. Good coordination. It's a bit of a sensitive point. They're preparing this. I could dislodge it with a5 at some stage. Let me get these two moves in, though, first. Bishop f3, king g2. This square covered. This is my number one sensitive point. Let's go rook here. Just be super defensive for a little bit. I'm back a minute. Let's stop that pawn from going any further. Slowly improve with a4, be in a position to be disruptive with a5 at some moment. Let's do that. Let's not forget about rook f4. Okay. I think I like this move with a5 as the idea, winning the bishop. Rook d8. How about queen here, still with this idea? Also, this stuff is in mind. Rook f4. Interesting move. Okay. Let's take. Let's disrupt that bishop for one. And how about rook here? Rook there, queen here. I want them to release pressure on f2, and I think rook d2 does that. Queen f6, I go with the queen check first, and then the rook on d8. Let's give this check first. Threatening mate on h8. They don't have pressure on f2 anymore. How do they defend that? Okay. How do they defend this now? Pressure on f7 and threatening a rook exchange. They didn't see that, so this is mate next. I think at least it was important to actually have that a pawn play a role and be disruptive somewhat to their bishop. That allowed for a little bit of miscoordination on the black part and a timely invasion of the white pieces. Am I getting Nona fried right now? Maybe. It wouldn't be the first time. Yeah. Hello, Adjhart. Guess this guy's letting his time tick. Maybe he got hit with the Comcast Gambit. Drew Nelson 7. Hello to you. All right, 77th. Time to withdraw? I'm going to have to at some point. 18 hours left. Some of the top guys, Prodigy, Spinal Tap, have already withdrawn. It's been a while for the Comcast Gambit. Did it say I was in the top 50? I didn't notice. And I'm afraid to step away. Castle. Alright, let's focus on the d4 square. Queen can't see d4 directly anymore. Chop it up. This is the way that I'm going to strike at this pawn trio. Alright, let's do it. I'm jumping in. Support that knight. He's not going anywhere. Knight d7 or knight here. This looks pretty appealing. Yeah, let's be a little bit more aggressive. The forward moves are more aggressive. I'm eyeing up f4, a couple squares in the white position. Not g3, but certainly f4. I'd be fine with doubled pawns. Opens up my bishop. Should I run straight in for that right now? This isn't working. I can't at least take with my g-pawn because my knight would be hanging. Is this really a great bother, this idea of b5 or b4? Should I play a5? Queen h4? I'm not sure what it's even doing. I'm anticipating the b file opening up and then they're going to have some play against on my 7th rank. Prepare to meet b4 with b6. And on takes, I take with this guy, but then he's passed. Maybe I just defend my 7th rank with this stuff. Knight f4 and queen g5. Let's be direct. Let's jump on in. Knight f4 with queen g5, looking for tricky mates. I'm also striking at their bishop. Their queen is restricted. Let's just babysit this pawn. I want to take with the b pawn. I want to meet b takes c with b takes b and maintain the structure. Don't allow imbalances. Okay, so now queen g5 threatens mate. How are you defending mate? How are you defending also knight takes h3? Did you really play g3? Knight takes h3? And then king h1? Or king h2? King h2, where would my king be going? Or my queen be going? Queen g5, g3. Queen g5, g3. Could play f5 here. Or actually first take the bishop and then play f5. Spending a lot of time here. Queen g5, g3. I don't see that working out. Knight takes pawn, king h2. Can't go to any of these three. Oh, I don't know. We're going to take there. And then follow up with f5. Wow. Okay. Let's do this first and actually think about g5, f4 on the recapture. I think this is right. Yeah, let's go with this. There might be a piece sack. It's going to be sharp. Nope. So I get this in a pretty strong lockdown now. The bishop e5 to follow. h5, g4. Let's get that in there. h5, g4, queen h4, minute 19. Okay. Prepare to capture with the pawn. I think I want to do that. I don't know. Yeah, if I had more time, I'd really consider this, even though I give them a pass pawn. I'll stop their rook from getting active. Queen f6. Queen g6, g5. This is not working. Bishop c3, I take the knight. Take with check? Yeah, let's do that. Triple up. Return the bishop, play g4. f3. If this move, I could just bypass it. Let's go here. Now ready to play g4. Stopping the rook from entering. This bishop is difficult to challenge. I'm a minute back. It should be decisive, this idea of g4, f3. Let's get it in there. If the h-file opens up, yikes. Let's blast open this position. Take with the rook. I'm on h3. Actually taking with the pawn hits their queen, and I'm threatening mate on g2. I'm just winning their queen. No. I gotta take here, and then go here, and then I get their bishop. Huh. Okay, that's how I had to go about winning material there. I thought for a second, no way. I'm really missing out. I had to give up my queen with check. It's not a fun thing to do, but I'm winning material now. Okay. All right, take care, Terminal. You have a good one. Again, I'm not sure how much. Yeah, someone donated. I didn't. Blah2E. Thank you for the $10 donation. Who also adds Slither Them All. I guess they were tuned in the last stream where I was playing Slither. So here's a strong opponent, Moscow 43. So we have an advanced Caro on board. Let's get c5 in. Maybe this was the correct first move. Oh well. All right, let's develop. Not sure if I'm playing this right. Takes like this. I have knight g6. Can I not take here and then take here? Let's try for that. Knight g6. Exchange queens first. And then knight here. How are they saving the e5 pawn? Actually, knight c7 is a pretty serious move. Let's run with this. Look to hunt down c5 right away. He's a little bit short on squares in a way. If somehow g4 hits, he might be trapped. Queen takes, rook takes, knight b5. There's bishop takes c5. Queen takes queen and then take on c5? I feel like I want to get the queens off. But she should have a fine spot on e7. Just take right away. Bishop takes c5. I don't really want to help them develop their rook from f1. Yeah, let's play like a computer. I think the computer would do that. How's that? Just play like a computer. That's what provoked that last move. My sense that that is a computer move. Just kind of not giving an inch, not even helping white out for one bit to improve their rook position. You take me and help my rook out. That's what I want. Clarkness 777s, thank you for the donation. All right, I think I might now be provoked into taking the queen. And I think at this point I could win this pawn. Could play h6 first. Let's get that in. Knight b5 I could castle. Yeah, also, maybe I don't want to castle, and that's another reason to have played h6. Maybe knight b5 I step up with my king. Now this has to be winning for me, I would think. Let's take that bishop. And take here. My bishop is now free to do some other stuff. Bishop check I could play here. Have this square covered, and my knight cannot be challenged. Yeah, they resigned. Huh. Yeah, it was I'm up a pawn there, and I have a super strong knight. Huh. Maybe a little bit of an early resignation in a way. I don't know. I was up a pawn. They had a bad structure. I have a good king position. Any pressure against any rooks arriving on the C and D files, I could quickly offset with my own rooks. All right. Let's get in knight f3. I'm getting berserked here. This guy's going wild with his A pawn and H pawn. Let's put an end to that guy going any further. Players like this I fear. You know? I definitely fear players like this. Alright. Why exactly? I don't know. It's just some fear of like, is it really computer? You know, I've seen this strategy before where they just play silly stuff to start. And then it doesn't matter. Computer's gonna give you a beating anyhow. You know what I mean? I don't know. Throw a knight there. Look at the success. Great success right there. Alright, let's castle. Mm-hmm. Now we're gonna push. Let's do it. Let's get here. This is a strong piece. I like that they're thinking some. Bishop g6? That isn't making black sweat any. Interesting move. Hmm. All right, let's go here. No, 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 no. Boy, I don't know what I want to do. If I take, they get the G file. Are they going to really try to attack me here? Bishop check. And then takes, rook g8. Or king g7 even. I don't know. Let's take. Bishop check and then drop the bishop back. I don't know. Wow. Could do this. No? Let's take. Challenge this knight? Let's do that. Gotta get their king. Let's remove this knight. The rook isn't playing. I'll try to get to these donations that are coming in as soon as I can. Get my knight here. Also, there's bishop takes pawn, but there's queen takes h4. Let's do this first. I want to keep him around on h2 to take the knight out. My idea is to jump in here. Let's do it. Knight here, maybe I do this, but then there's knight f4. Sacrifices on e6. Look at how they have fought on the clock. I only have a half a minute advantage. Bishop takes here, no? Weaken my light squares, but I think it's important I do this. I have f3 if I really need to. Grotowski, thank you for the subscription, the newest tricky knight. Alright, let's get this in here. Kind of super glue that knight right in there to take some care over my light squares near my king. Let's get that in there. Maybe focus a little bit more on the clock. Take that knight out. Let's actually do this. And look for this type of move to offset their really strong light square bishop. And then think about taking here, as otherwise it's more difficult to offset their bishop. So this time is really hurting them. I don't know, you gonna go here? Maybe I give up the exchange. I'm okay with going back and forth a little bit. They're probably fine with the draw, but I am not. Okay, let's just take. Get out of the line of fire, opposite their king. Let's take here now. And I could push that knight around. Let's go here for starters. Rook A1 and then push away. They're going to challenge my knight. Let's go here. Right here, take with the pawn. Alright, let's look to double up on the e-file. Smash through here. They're running for their life. Let's go back. Knight here I'm going to take there. Maybe I do that no matter what. Well, let's just go here. They don't have any time. Take twice here and then take the rook. Oh, I didn't see that knight move. But whatever. They don't have any time. Back to tournament. They put up some good resistance and had some pressure against my king. That knight on g4 is a very, very difficult piece to work around. Very, very difficult. Thank you for the compliment there, N. Grotowski. And also I'm noticing in the chat, Lethal Frag is now hosting for 356 viewers. What do I have to say to those of you that are tuned in from Lethal Frag's channel? What do I have to say? I'll show you in the chat. Boom! How's that? A little hand to you. What is going on, Mr. McKnight? Appreciate that. Alrighty. Rengara, thank you for the sub. The resub, 2 months in a row now. A lot of frag viewers are now in there. If you're looking to see how to run a very nice professional stream, have a look at Lethal Frag on Twitch. He's been at it for a long time. You're able to relax, I see. Very nice. Alright, so I think I could go forward with hunting down their dark square bishop. This is tempting with this idea in mind, but let's ask that bishop a question. Okay, so they're giving me the bishop. On this move, I think I would just move the knight, because he's pinned. B4? Maybe E4, actually. Yeah, let's go with E4. Stop this advance. I know it's closing up the position. Oh, I should have inserted B4 first. Now this knight's getting in there. What would the computer do here? Probably this move. Or this move. You'd play on this side of the board. It would look at this square and think about this. Yeah, this is the way to go. Let's break down these dark squares now that they stopped knight f5. Don't forget about your queen. She might want to inch in there on h6. Okay, that knight's going to be a great bother, though, I must say. Thank you very much, Lethal Frag, for the sub. Appreciate that, Lethal Frag. Learn a little cooking watching Lethal Frag's channel. Alrighty. I appreciate that, Matt. Alright. Straightforward doubling on the f-file? No. No. We're going to go here. This stops knight c5 because I could take. Let's do that first. King g7? Maybe there's ideas of this. That's a very weakening move. Bishop here or pawn here? Probably bishop here. I want to be able to remove a piece if I need to. I know I'm taking it off of this diagonal, but I'll rely upon this structure here to negate their bishop on b7. Alright. I feel like taking their bishop. And going after a pawn, actually, no? Yeah, let's go for that. Pawn hunting a little bit. Pawn takes... it's a little bit scary, though. I'm going to change my plan. I was going to do this, but knight g5 into h3. A knight on h3 and some pressure on my d-pawn scares me. I'm going to go for this instead, look to get my bishop here. This could still hit, but by having my pawn on f5, I have a disconnect. This isn't a reliable square. My idea with that move was to take on h5. But is that really necessary? I don't think it is. I don't have to give that up. I think I could still poke around here. Stuff like this. Knight here, this stuff. Sneaking into these dark squares. Black would like to play f6, but they drop h5. Knight f6, this is tricky. I think eventually they have to do this. 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Alright, bishop. Be a pain. Maybe queen here was better. Could still think about that, though. Queen on h4, bishop on g5. If the pawn is on g4, that's a way I could eventually break open the h-file. Now that drops the h-pawn. And let's improve my knight. My knight right here, they might be looking for a queen exchange. Yeah, sure, I'm alright with that. He's a super defender, and actually, about their knight. What is that knight gonna do? I guess I have to be prepared to take him out. Alright, they're gonna take with the pawn. I guess so. King over here to defend that pawn. My knight is defending this. Let's go with this rook. I think that's a mistake, no? I have to push b5 now. Let's see if they push again. They really do that. I'm not even sure what this move is doing, to be honest. I should have considered rook a2. Let's come over here. Yeah, they're looking to hunt down my knight. Let's do this. I'm looking for a rook movement. They're just giving me that? Okay, I could move my knight actually. So they're not on h2 now. I could have also inserted a check. Let me do that. And just go a single step. My knight is a good defender here, and this rook is unprotected. Let's go here. Bishop takes pawn, I have rook h1. They have rook here though. They're dropping the rook. Both rooks were unprotected. Skewer town. Okay, they're playing on. Let's give a check. Should have done this move before. And just improve the king. 30 seconds. Offer a rook exchange. You're up material. And I don't know, here. Just go after the f6 pawn. This is plenty of time. Being up this material. If it passed f pawn, he's dropping with check. The bishop is actually imprisoned here. My pawns are surrounding him. Prove the king. Get rolling with this guy. They snuck in a sneaky move there. This is not a stalemate. Let's cut the king off. Give them a pawn to move. My rook is defended. Just push, push, push. Get a queen and then give mate. Alright, they resigned, and back to tournament we are. 38th! I have 72 points. I didn't even think I was going to be playing this long. Pedka. Let's try another Caro. D5. Exchange. Let's go with this line. C3 is, I think, regarded as one of the most testing lines for this. And I do something a little funky with this setup here. It's not good, but I just kind of play it only in blitz. I basically just be a pest a little bit with my queen and bishop, stopping castles. I think a fine approach with this is b3 and c4. But whatever, it splits, you could do whatever, huh? And they're going to go for that. Over on c4, I do have bishop b4 and queen here stuff, so I think now we're going to get a queen exchange. But they have advanced this pawn duo to a good spot where d5 is not long off. Maybe I could consider, okay, what's wrong with queenside castles? Yeah, let's castle. Get my king safe and my rook here. I'm going to take... If knight takes, I was going to play queen c3. The knight is pinned and d4 is difficult to defend. Alright, I got to do this. And I believe I want to play here. Eventually their knight's going to have to end up fianchettoed. He's going to end up on g2, so I'm fine with this structure. This is a little bit of a sensitive point. Knight g5 or knight c5 or e5 come to mind. Not now, though. This is a good spot for their king. Maybe I could run really quick into these squares, though. Yeah, let's do that. I think my knight would really like to be on f6. He eyes up e4, which would hit with check. Maybe I could put pressure on f2. I'm one step closer to getting this in. Eventually they have to do this, so they probably should have done that instead of the rook move. Or maybe rook g1, something to defend g2. This is probably a good improvement for my king. They ruled out one square for my knight. Let's get this move in. If the knight goes too far, h4 is a nice way to break down the structure and induce some pawn weakness here on the king side. This might also spring to mind, having both rooks function on the king side. Okay, so now I could take here and then follow up with this fork and win the f2 pawn and do so with tempo. So they invested the exchange because of my strong knight on e4. So now how exactly to convert this? The big question. Okay. f5, knight f4. I take and I'm on the knight if they try to break this down. Where exactly is that knight going? Let's go here, stop this move. He has to go back in order to get developed. Knight g2, king here, knight f4, h4, maybe. Actually, what's wrong with c5? Just to activate my rooks. Also this move, e5. I have some time here. Yeah, we got to this position pretty quick, so I have some time. I just want to find a way to activate my rook successfully. I think that this might actually be the new second rank. Let's do this. They have a 4 versus 2, but I'm going to have a really active rook. Let's see if I could put that to good use. My king might even want to step up here. And it's one of the reasons why I went with c5 instead of e5. I also don't want to give them a passed pawn when this pawn is given up, and I'm very surprised that they're taking some time here. As any other move I think is just not good, like this. I'll exchange a bunch of times and my other rook will be quick to get to this third rank, the new second rank. The more important function for the rook in this particular position is the one where it's observing these third rank pawns. And they're in the think tank, and we're even on time. This was my idea. And I could next play here. No, I don't like that move, actually. Let's go here. If I did this, rook here and then knight here would be trapping. Let's go here. A little tricky, for sure. This knight's going to hit with check. I can't go here because of this. Don't end up in a fork. Knight here, I think I'll go here. Interesting move. Yeah, that's an interesting move. How about king up? Let's go, king. Be a fighter. If they take me, I could get rook f2 stuff in. If I took, they'd have a check and then this stuff. If they push here, I could take there. And then maybe do this to undermine c5, and my king could be a very, very powerful piece. I'd like to get right here, soon. Maybe even one step further. D4. We're back to about even on time. Tight game in this Carol Khan. I got a 10-second advantage. Okay. Well, I could just take on F3 now. And this rook isn't going to get active. I think they thought I was going to take here, maybe? Miscalculated? There's no time for this stuff. Check. I don't think my king is getting mated. They're gonna try for that, I guess. But let's just take here. I'm doing that because I want to undermine this point. Rook here, I'm going to do this. Let's actually take another pawn. Knight check. Let's drop here. They're going with that. Okay. That's alright. I'm going to go right here. And then get that guy. King is cut off. I have a passed rook pawn. Let's get pushing. I feel like I could already take, but it's unnecessary. Just move out of the way and get pushing. No forks. Keep pushing. And they're down on time. Yeah, how could they have done that better? I think... I don't know. No, there was a better way. Not sure. Ooh, I haven't played this guy before. He's a big one. 2552, huh? Alright, let's try this. If the Grunfeld, I'll play a line with takes and then bishop d takes, e4. Huh, that's different. So they're preparing to play d5. Alright, let's just jump in. Oh, they're not going with that, so let's go with this. They're not going with d5. Let's overprotect d4. And let's just get castled. Alright, so they're going to focus on these dark squares. That can't be bad. Let's grab some space. And do what next? Let's see. Let's start with a3 and b4. How about that? That really weakens b5. Okay. Let's not spend too much time here. Let's stop a clamping down a4 for the moment. Knight b5 at any moment could put pressure here. They'd have to do this or that. Wonderful commentary right there. They'd have to do this or that. All right. Prepared to meet f5 with this. Gonna go here. I'm doing this to get my bishop activated. Bishop a4. Let's stop bishop g5. I don't want them to be able to exchange their dark square bishops so easily. Bishop here. Probably an annoying move. Let's stop knight f4. Okay. Definitely don't want to take. Scoot over. Got to defend f3. I have pressure on their knight on d7. Bishop c6 and then get my knight. Let's go here for starters. I think I might go for a b4 break. Yeah, let's go for that. I'm looking to enter here. I know they're going to get a passed b pawn. It's a bit surprising. Take in this direction and get on the b file. Okay, but rook b7 is a bit uncomfortable now. Well, we're going to see. I think I want to just take here twice. Get rid of my light square bishop, stop queen h3, knight b5 soon. I think I've defended well so far. Get my rook on h1, minute and a half. I'd like a queen trade. My knight on b5 is a super piece. Let's stop h4. Put pressure on the a pawn for a moment. How about we look to sneak into h? Alright, let's go here, defend f3. How about this move? Let's not forget about this. h4, I'll go here. My rook is unprotected. Knight there I could take and then take here. I think I want to get in f4. Can I make that happen right now? Let's go here first, maybe a quick lateral movement. This might be an opportunity to play this move. I think I might meet it with this, though. Let's push. Could take the rook with check if bishop here. I'll be on d6 with my queen here. Good move. Rook check. No, bishop's still going to go here. Whoops. Yeah. I lost the thread here. Rook to f8, and now they're entering. Rook here. Yeah, it's busted now. Can't really defend. Now they're going to be super active. Bishop f4 if I could get that in, but they're really quick. Actually, they let me get that in. But 18 seconds. If I had more time, maybe... Oh, I just dropped my knight. Huh. Okay, time to resign. Yeah, I didn't have quite enough time to figure out how exactly to move my kingside pawns there. And I liked how I played it, but I didn't have the time to correctly assess that change in the structure on the kingside. It was a good game. It had a lot of pressure on me. I think I would play it just how I did once more, but hopefully with some more time for that those structural changes on the king side. Tough player. First time playing against that one. Alright, let's get knight c3 in. Alright, let's play this one a little bit simple. Queen c2. Play a little bit faster too, huh? Maybe spent a little too much time earlier on in that game on a lot of the natural stuff. So this stops knight g6. Queenside castle? Let's give that a go. Knight is pinned. That's running into eventual knight a4 stuff. Actually, what's wrong with capturing here? Why didn't I consider that after they moved their queen? Let's do that. And next, focus on the weak square that comes about as a result of this damage structure. On the bishop, he's a super duper piece. Now I could take out their dark square bishop if I want. Is it, however, necessary? Let's do this first. Half open file. I'm threatening knight here with pawn takes, knight takes bishop, queen takes queen. And then knight takes pawn with the fork. That kind of stuff. Okay, well, let's just take a timeout for that move. They're not reacting to this move. They have to take my knight. As otherwise, I'm just winning the bishop. So, knight here. Pawn takes knight. Knight takes bishop check. I'll be winning a pawn, at least. Let's run right in for it. Maybe I should have actually devoted a little more time to this tactical sequence. They're just resigning. It probably is resignable, but I don't know. They were only going to be a pawn down. I was going to say I'm in 78th. No, I'm in 31st. I have 78 points. Top guy is on a roll, been playing, I think, since the start of the tournament. This is a 24-hour marathon. Alright, let's go with this. Double fianchetto with a little bit of expansion here on the queen side. Let's get my knight in here. And how about we go with this? I could give him a boot, but let's just go a single step. I don't want to be too quick to this stuff. Interesting. What are they doing on that? Okay, they've weakened f5, so let's get here. Where else is he going to go? This square is weakened. If I can make this pawn flinch, this is an excellent home for my bishop. Seems like a good idea to get my c-pawn involved. And why not? He wasn't doing anything. Let him have a say in the center. This move, pawn takes, I get the e4 pawn. Queen b6 comes to mind. Castles comes to mind. I may want to hold off on castling, actually, because there are some ideas of piece sacks on h5. So maybe a reason to keep my rook here for a little bit and get moves like this in on the queen side first. I can also look to break in the center right away with d5. I really want to see this capture, I think at least. I don't know. He's quick to control f5. Have to watch out for this pawn break. This is the one pawn break I'm a little bit scared of. Rook c8 is quite natural. What pawn break should I look to do? I think I want to do this. How about this one and then here? I think that's the way forward, huh? Rook c8 first? Let's go rook c8 first. I think he knows his place. Let's see where they go with the knight. Probably there. Okay. Well, let's break in the center. Here, then there's that square. Oof. They're going straight in for that, huh? Sharp. Gotta take him out. Take with the pawn. Yep. It's gonna get sharp. Put your tactical cap on. So what about what? Queen b6? Should I go pawn hunting? Knight here. What about that move? Rook check, king f8, bishop d6 check. Let's go here. Rook here. I'm preparing king f8. She has some lateral influence. I even have to be on the lookout for rook takes, knight takes f5. Oh boy. Hey, if it happens, it happens. Not much I could do. Also, look at my clock. Ouch. All right, Romeos88, you have a good one. Knight here seems pretty strong, no? Maybe I take b2. It's an unprotected piece. Well, yeah, maybe I was too quick somehow with that. It's tough. I don't know, let's try that. Preparing to take and then play bishop c3. I don't know. Yeah, there's also that move. Yeah, I'm pretty busted, must say. I am pretty much busted. I want to be able to take on this square at some point. Could take on my dark square bishop. I guess here. Knight on e6, I have to play faster at least. Suppose I fall into a winning position, I won't have any time. Let's just give up the exchange. I don't know. King here, get my rook working. Get my king back here. Gotta offset their light square bishop soon. Yeah, they could play this move. There's a lot of stuff they could do. They take, I'd have this. Not quite sure what that move is doing. 17 seconds. Oh, I thought I took there. Yeah, let's just resign. I have nothing against their king. That f5 break came too fast. Where could I have made some improvement? When I played rook to c8, that was too slow. When their knight arrived on that b6 square, excuse me, that g3 square, f5 came really fast. So that said, I should have considered that f5 break, or the f4 break, much sooner. I should have played d5 a little bit earlier. Yeah, I should have played d5 a little bit earlier. Alright, let's expand in the center. And let's look into a knight position on f4 or maybe g3. I think I like this position. Yeah. 95. Let's get on this diagonal now that he's not seeing c3 directly anymore. Well, he's not seeing it indirectly anymore. Queen d2? Queen d2, bishop b2. Okay. I could take twice here. They are preparing that, though. All right, let's do this. Queen b4 is an idea. Very direct stuff. Okay, my knight is now back in a pin. Can they take advantage of that? We're going to see. Their king might be in some trouble, or their queen might be in some trouble if they're not careful. Wow, they're really going for some tricks, huh? Yeah, it does seem to be working, huh? Can't take here. Do I have to just babysit the knight? I think so. Queen takes knight, knight f3. Pawn takes knight. Bishop takes knight, check. Looks pretty brutal. I could consider queenside castle. That might be interesting. Yeah, what about queenside castle? Rook c1? I'd rather go kingside. b5 would hit. I think I want to castle and get out of the pin. I don't know. Let's try that. It's definitely a tender spot here. Knight takes c4 might be working. And they're going with that. Alright. Knight here I take with the queen. 40-second advantage. If they don't have some knockout, at least I could rely on the clock at some point, maybe. I think the worst has passed. What about knight here? Isn't that a little bit of a bother? Where's that bishop going? Alright. Yeah, that's definitely a bother. Let's take him out. The knight's pinned. What about f4? Or I could just take the knight now. Let's go here. Under a minute for Mr. Grob. Threatening f4. Get out of there, knight. Also, just take the knight. Less than 40. Just baby step at bishop e2. Yeah. And drop this pawn, right? Let's do that first. Isn't that a pin that's difficult to get out of? Let's see. Oh, that wasn't so hard. Oh, they're getting this pawn. Alright, I have to go into blitz mode. To play against the clock. Yeah. Let's save that pawn. I don't know, king position? Let's take here. Activate the rook. Where's that guy going? What are you up to? Alright, we're going to do some sneaky stuff. They don't have much time. We're going to get two wild pawns involved. Let's start with the check. We're going to invest it back. King, I need your help. Let's go here and there. All right. Clearly a draw, but alrighty. Back to tournament. The old rook versus rook, where white is slightly better only because of a clock situation. I'll take it. See? Gotta take advantage of every little possibility, huh? Every little advantage. A clock advantage. That was a very convincing win, wasn't it? Well done. Well done. Very convincing. I showed that person, huh? Berserking me. Yeah, I was a lucky dog in that one. Lucky dog. I don't know, I'll go here. A little night dance? Let's do it. You positional guy, you. Let's go here. Provoke some weaknesses. My knight is a dancing machine. Look at him go. What did he accomplish? That. It's a beautiful square. How could I get away with such maneuvers? Look at the time. You've wasted. That is okay, though. It's a closed position. Time not that big of a factor. This is an important moment. I really should give some strong consideration to taking with the pawn and hunting down their king. If I take with the knight, g4 might hit. Let's go with that. Roll the dice just a little bit. I was more afraid of the queen coming out here. I think that's a misstep. Don't worry about the queen here. Also, I could pry open the position now if there's not a knight there to stop an h4 break. So in some way, it's by playing g3, there's a restriction now placed on one of the knights. Has that responsibility to watch over h4s. Otherwise, this is a very good pawn break. What should I start with first? I have good grip over these breaks. Should I start with h5? That does weaken g5. I should maybe hold off on that for a little bit. How about I play this move? Kind of sit and wait a little bit. Another sit and wait move. Bishop here going to be a bother? Well, let's see. The difference between these two squares is that e4 is a hole, e5 is not. I could eventually kick this knight away with f6. Another reason not to play this is so that when I play f6, there isn't knight g6. So maybe, that said, I should move my knight and play for f6. Kingside castle, king in the corner. Queenside castle. Or maybe I should seek some more exchanges first. Oh, I don't know. The decisions. Actually, I'm going to go with this. And think about knight g4, actually. Whoa, that's really weakening. Weakening to g3. And another important decision, I think I like taking with the pawn. Knight f5 is an excellent square for my knight. Yeah, this must be right. This is an excellent spot for my knight. They might try for this stuff real quick. But I think I could deal with that. Let's get there. Throwing a punch. Could now look to take up their knight and play a good knight versus bad bishop type position. Down on the clock as usual. Let's take like this, because we don't want queen b5. We also don't want some fast entry on the 7th rank. So that's how they defend g3, huh? But I'm pretty sure that it's going to collapse because of this move. Taking the knight and then taking here with the rook. Possibilities for a knight or queen takes pawn ID, knight or queen takes on h4. Probably just one defensive move, and this is still back on. I don't see how you defend that. And I'm pretty sure I could just go right in for it now. Crash through on g3. Their bishop and rook are not playing. So g3 is now collapsing. I guess they're going to invest the queen, but it's never going to be enough. Queen g4 hits. I'm 2 steps away before my rook arrives on g8, and there's not going to be a defense. The queen runs away. There's this. Alright, so they're investing the queen. Let's give a check. King here. I pick up the rook. King there. I give this check. Step up with the king, and then get my rook over with mate next. Alright. It all revolved around those light squares some. Also, that g3 move, I think for them to show that my decision to take with my g-pawn was maybe an issue, they had to bring their queen out to the h-file, if I'm not mistaken. It is 2:33 a.m. right here. Yikes. To those of you tuned in right now, I normally am a bit more interactive here in the chat, but it's difficult to do when I'm playing. Feel free to connect. The links below. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. I'm always updating Twitter when I go live. Alright, let's go with c4. I think the great majority of these games I've played with this guy, they're bullet for sure, but what am I trying to get at? Did I already misplay this some? The 1 5-minute that I played, I lost. So we played one blitz game at least. I didn't want to castle so quick because of this idea. Knight here, and I want to get in h5. Expecting h6. Okay. Now what? His d5 is right around the corner. How about... Let's go bishop here. Yeah, this might be actually something they need to tend to. I'm only seeing this now. But, yeah, my other idea was to provoke this move so that d5 is weakened. Now, where exactly to go with my bishop? Maybe here? To at least put pressure on c5? Yeah, I think I'm gonna... No, knight f5 is a bit of a bother. I'd be fine with seeing that, though. Or would I really? They're gonna defend c5, and then if I do this, there's knight f5. Maybe I was a bit off with that. What about queen c1? Let's try queen c1. They gotta go faster. I'm keeping the d2 square open for my bishop, but also I want to think about a knight reposition. They can't castle because of the pressure here. This might just be the wrong idea what I'm doing here with my queen-bishop battery. But one thing I do know for sure is I have to go a little bit faster. Let's back up. I'd like to see this knight be traded for one of these guys. Also, with the knight on f5, he pretty much has to move again before the f-pawn can get rolling, and I don't know if I want a castle. This kind of scares me, this g5 idea. Even if it costs a pawn. Maybe I could consider e4. I weaken d4 considerably. This is certainly an idea. Also, knight e4 is an idea. I don't have some worry over this advance. Uh-huh. Let's do this. I have a little bit of concern about my knight being trapped. Takes and pawn recapture f5. But I think on this here, pawn takes, I have bishop f4. Pinpointing d6. Knight here takes, I have c5, threatening to jump in here. So I do have a timely way, I think, to activate my knight. We're even on time. Are there really some people here tuned in because of that that one stream where I was playing Slither.io? Oh, they moved. I was looking at the chat there. So if they take with the knight, I'm not afraid of my knight being trapped. Okay. I think I should just return, get my knight out of the way. Control e2, I'm prepared to castle, I have control over these two, I'm striking at b7. I could look into this stuff. Their queen is currently restricted. I could give this knight a boot. What about rook b1 and then b5 right away? Ideas. Let's shoot for that. a3, I have to deal with that. I drop my dark square bishop. a3 and then b4. Let's go for it. If they play a5, I have this square or this one. b6 is weakened. This stuff hitting with forks come to mind. Knight here with forking ideas come to mind. They still can't castle. I maintain pressure against h6. If they play a5, what would I do? Let's jump right in, threatening knight b6. Are they going to give me their light square bishop? Maybe I should play b3 if they defend against the fork. That way there's not this clamping down a4 move. Maybe I should just do it really quick with an eye on the clock. I have good control over these center squares, these pawn advances. Let's get a quick move in. Their queen is restricted, otherwise knight c7 hits with check. They still can't castle. And I'm still holding off on castles because of g5. And let's go for this, actually. Now that the a-file isn't going to be opened up. Opposite color bishop situation, they could go for that. Chop, chop, yeah. Let's take with the bishop. I think I'll have the better bishop in this opposite color bishop ending. Let's take here. I think I'd rather take with the queen. Let's go here. I want my queen to be the one who takes on b4. They're going to have to castle. I'm going to have to castle soon. Let's take here first. I'm on d6 as well. Incoming castles. They can't play f5. King here's a good square. Their rook is restricted. They're probably going to go with the king move. Let's go with the king move. They're going to offer a queen exchange. I don't know. Here. Could double up on that b pawn. He'll likely drop. They're playing without their bishop. Just looking to double, triple. Take here, take on b2. f7 is vulnerable. I have h5 to break down their light squares. If the rook moves, maybe that's a timely way to do it. Otherwise, well, that way they can't get in this f5 move. Less than 30. It's looking pretty good. Queen is close to trapped. I could take this pawn. Let's just go with this. I'm preparing this move, and then the queen can't go here. Yeah, now we're going to have a queen trade. And I don't want to take that pawn just... Yeah, I should, actually. They had rook f6. Let's cut that rook off. And next, think about pins and such. And let's get my king over here. To take or not? No, let's keep him around. Rook takes bishop, there's a rook check on a1. However, let's go here. Bishop takes f5. It's just another pawn. Bishop is still not playing. Let's make sure he's not playing. And now I could slowly improve my king position, I think. Let's stop this guy from moving. The only way for their bishop to get active is this way. Let's enter with the king. And they just dropped their bishop. They're way down on time, though. No stalemates. Yeah. No stalemates. Cut their king off. Keep pushing. Just make sure there's no stalemates. That's why I played d4. And we're getting mate. Very positional game. Very tough game against, I forget what his first name is. I think he has it in his notes. Very good player. Recently got recently became an NM. So that's awesome. Okay, let's go with a Sicilian. All right, thank you, Carthos, in the chat. Appreciate that. Welcome back to chess. All right, we're going to go for a Sveshnikov. Yeah, I played this already once in the tournament, and this was my first loss playing the Sveshnikov, so let's see if we have a repeat. Not quite. Bishop g5 normally, but not here. So now this is already a bit of a bug. Now that my knight isn't pinned, I'm threatening b4, and if knight here, I could take. Maybe. I might be a bit vulnerable to some bishop f3 stuff. I have 3 unprotected pieces in this line. Exactly, this moment here. Knight takes, bishop there. I think I'd have to play this. I could also consider just taking. Queen takes, bishop here. Yeah, let's do that. Pawn takes, I'm not so much concerned about. Okay, where should I go? Knight here? Looking to scoop up the light square bishop. But bishop d3 and then c3. Maybe that's all right. Yeah, let's throw the knight in the center. If I could net the bishop pair, that would be great. Can I take out their light square bishop? Would they allow that? We're going to see. Bishop d3, my plan is bishop e7. c3, I run away to f5. They're giving me their light square bishop. Okay. Hedgehogs for me. You have a good one. My knight, on the other hand, is pretty strong, but he'll be challenged soon. Maybe I could hold off on taking the light square bishop. Oh no. Should I go with some sack? Just take the light square bishop. Let's take the light square bishop. Take here. Yep. And just develop some, huh? Bishop here, castle, rook b8. Eventually he'll find something to do, maybe this. Let's do this right now, stops knight b6. Half open file. Another reason. It's not strictly defensive. Also, some aggressive intentions. This is a pawn that cannot be defended by another white pawn. Let's get castled. I can't do without that. F5 is another move that comes to mind. If they move their A pawn to stop bishop here, that weakens these two squares. Okay. I think I need to get my F pawn working. This is a threat, just to break up their king side. Alrighty. It's getting pretty sharp. Knight takes pawn, I could take here, hit their bishop, and then hit their rook. I was going to do this. Well, maybe I could consider it. Let's do this for starters. If A4, maybe I take, or maybe I drop back to E8. Not sure. Should I really be so quick to give up my light square bishop? No. I'm defending D6 with my queen, which is a bit inconvenient. Could take at any moment. That knight is a strong piece. These are some useful moves, I think. Well, I don't know if I really want to do this. And just push. I don't know. Let me just get a quick move in. Queen takes pawn, I have this with the skewer. I don't want to do this because it gives up B6 too quick. I'd like to see this because then I don't have to watch over D6 and then I start having pressure on their pawn. Tough position. Maybe this was better, where I'm actually throwing a punch. Evening out on time. Let's go here. Rook here next. Okay, I think I'm starting to see a way to make some very useful moves. Ooh! That's gonna hurt. Didn't see that. A knight on C6? Maybe I could actually take this pawn out at some stage. Still need a flight square. Yeah. Okay. Rook E4 incoming. Just seeking some activity. Let's try for this. Oh, they could actually sack on H6. Pick up this bishop. I can't take if they take on H6. That pawn is really dangerous. This knight is a great bother. They're under a minute. Okay. Not sure what to do. Let's go here. To give up the exchange. Okay, they gave me that. Could take here if the knight moves. Knight takes... Okay. Let's just try this. And just break down their light squares. Queen here. Whoa, out of nowhere I'm getting mate. Can't defend queen g2. Whew. Had me on the ropes. Yep, the one gap in their position. It is just a flat-out mate next move no matter what they do. Down on time. Lucky dog. Very lucky dog. Oh, J Post is now playing against the leader here. I am in 24th with 90 points. Top 100 is going to get a trophy. 61 points. Okay, this is our first time playing. Alright, let's go with g6. Get some rich positions with this. Try for a dark square strategy if allowed. Let's try this line. Alrighty. And I think this is the move. They're offering a draw. No, man, I just want to play. Maybe that was a misclick or something. Isn't knight here a bit of a bother? With then, I don't know, e5? I don't know. Let's try it. Maybe it's really nothing. Let's kick him around a little bit. And am I done kicking? Queen d7? Seems a little awkward, but defending the knight. I don't know. Maybe g5 knight here. Okay. Noted. Let's go king here. e5 they could have taken and gone here. So what about this right now, e5, before I get rolled over? Yeah, all right, let's try it. Gotta go faster. Oh, okay, gotta take with the knight. I'm on c4. I'm just defending that. And probably here now. Half open file. I don't like that my queen is opposite those two. Right, let's go here. I am on this point. Push? I have this. I don't know. Alright, let's go here. Get my queen to a protected square. I'm looking at this maneuver now. Or actually to just take. Alright, I guess they're going to take with the c-pawn and then target this guy. I can't go here because of f4 and my knight's trapped. I guess rook here. Queen b4 stuff. Knight d3. I might need to do this. I guess I'm going to be making a weakness no matter what. My pawn structure. It's either the C pawn who has pressure on it or the D pawn. Hmm. All right. Kind of lashing out some with this move. Let's take with the pawn. Interesting moment. Well, I think I need to break open this position. Let's go for this, and I'm going to look to maybe drop a knight here. Rook takes, there's queen takes pawn, but I'm hoping for this kind of activity. Yeah, and they're not even biting. Okay. So where's an active spot for my queen? Probably here, huh? Possibilities for knight takes f3, maybe. If the rook leaves, picking up the queen. Although it seems like there's an in-between move. Queen takes f3, bishop takes knight. Yeah, there's that. How about rook here, looking at the c2 square? Is this something? Let's see what they do. This seems to work. Let's take this pawn. Getting 3 pawns for the piece. Queen is restricted. King has to go to f1, otherwise queen here gets the bishop. I don't know. Try here. And get pushing this pawn. I have a check here. Let's hit the queen. Queen here, queen h1. Just want to keep marching my pawns some. Hmm. 4 passed pawns? Don't have much time. Oh well. 13 seconds. They're just getting a queen. They just interfered. Yep, that's a good timed resign. I think if I could look really quick in that ending, I had something here. What is the analysis saying? Right around here. I must have something. No, it's still even. Okay. No time to crunch the numbers there. Ooh, here's a big dog. I think I've only ever berserked Lance, and now he's berserking me. We've only played Bullet up until this point. He was in a berserk. He's in berserk mode. Didn't all out berserk. Okay, Zamish. Let's go with this. A6, B5. Okay. Let's get this move in. Okay. Should I go any further? No, I think I want to stop there. No, let's go further. Knight here stuff. Now e5? Yeah, let's establish this pawn in the center. And now knight here into e4 into f4. This also intensifies the pressure on d4. Was not expecting that kind of recapture. Pawn takes. Queen takes queen, I have knight takes. Knight d5, I have knight e6. I think I could do that. Well, they're going straight in, huh? Okay. Don't think I could go without castles. Queen d2, I guess. No, they're flying. They are officially flying. All right, let's get some quick moves in. They give me the 8. Okay, I can kick that knight and then jump in here. Let's not be so quick. I don't want to give this square up. I better get there right now. Let's go here. Push and then jump in. That way I'm not dropping a4. Okay. And get the rook over. Bishop g5 is an idea. Very awkward move, but I want to get out of knight here stuff. Get this rook playing soon on the c file. Knight takes rook and then knight e7 was an idea. Very sharp position. I'd like it if my king wasn't within striking distance. Oh, I totally missed that move. Okay. Oh boy. This is gonna hurt. Knight here, I could take the knight, actually. Fortunately. I only have a time edge. This position's tough. Down a pawn. Maybe I should have played a4 instead of bishop d7, huh? That was the more critical move, for sure. Okay. Jumping in there, are we? Let's try this. Bishop f4 soon. Gotta try to get this pawn as soon as possible. Oh, there's a bishop fork at the end. Yikes. Is this a move? Maybe. How about this? On their bishop. Yikes. Probably just a bishop move? I don't know. The other knight coming to f4? The rook is unprotected. Here I could take the pawn. 57 seconds. Uh-huh. Let's do this. I want to open up the diagonal for my bishop first. Oh, I think that this is a move, actually. Was a move. Let's get my knight involved. Get that bishop and then play bishop here. Oh, they're going to push the pawn. Alright, I gotta hold on for dear life somehow. Oh, that's not really working. Oh, I thought I had something there for a second. Not quite. Pawn push is good. Queen on a light square will do the trick. Yeah, this guy's flying too. I'm down on time. That got so sharp. I think I needed to play a4. What do you think in the chat? a4 instead of bishop d7? You remember that spot? When he stopped me from playing, he gave up the b4 square by playing a4. He stopped my a4 move by playing a4. It's close. All right. Oh, that's the guy that's in second too. He's chasing Bahadir Ozen. Yeah, I should have, in that sharp position, I should have been much more direct instead of that, I don't know, how might we describe bishop d7? Half-developing move? Yeah, they're giving up a pawn. Yeah, Cyrix is saying definitely a4. Yeah. Alright, let's take and just drop all the way back. Queen there, huh? Let's try this. Thought you might do that. How about queen here? Definitely some pressure here. Yeah, let's go with that. Bishop takes c4. I have knight d5. Where's the queen going? Where is that queen going? I'm threatening these two. These three. Where can the queen go to defend those 3 points? Also, if my knight gets to e7 with check, he can get here next, so maybe I could go here with tempo against a rook and something else. We're going to see. If queen here, I could look first at the a4 move. Or if she goes to a dark square, I could consider this before committing my knight. They're in the think tank, I know that much. Welcome back, Shitako. They might be considering a queen sack or not. Chase the queen around still. Feels like the right thing to do. Let's do it. A4, queen b3. Knight takes pawn king in the corner. Knight c6. Rook c8 is met with knight takes a7, and that's a way to take advantage of the queen position. Let's try that. That's a check. Oh, what am I talking about? Knight here, rook c8. Let's go here. Queen takes b2, queen takes bishop. Man, what are with all of these games where I have to calculate? Not my cup of tea, man. Where are the strictly, strategic games? No, it's a good variety. I like these sharp positions. It's a good test. So here I have finally that long-desired fork. Pick up a pawn and say, what are you doing, queen and rook? So I think I'm getting some material. I'm almost certain I'm getting material. Is there something better? I don't see it. Where to go next? No exciting bishop moves. Start with this, I guess. Yeah, why not? Bishop e6. Queen here. Yeah, I guess. Oh. Knight move, I have this. Bishop takes bishop, I could take with check. King is in the corner. Knight here, maybe f4. I think I could do that. Let's not forget about rook c6. Rook c6 first. If I take and give a check, rook c6, queen takes e. Let's go there first. I want to maintain control over this diagonal. Takes, queen check, knight f6. If I maintain control over this diagonal, I have in mind back rank mates. Nice forward move. However, I could take and now play not check, but rather queen takes pawn. Where is my time? I'm on the rook. I'm on the queen. They're ignoring it, though. Yikes. I want to kick the knight and play queen here. I'm on the rook. Also, rook c7 threatens queen takes bishop. Probably should get rid of that knight soon, huh? I'm on the rook. Let's get that knight out of there before he hurts me. Knight here, I'm going to go queen check. Let's go here first. Queen takes bishop. Pins. They missed that. I'll take them. I'm on f7. Let's not forget about that. I don't have much time. Let's not forget about that either. No, just right here. 23 seconds. What's the matter with you? I think I want to take on f7 with my rook. What's that move about? Queen trade? Definitely know how to win within 19 seconds. Okay. Crashing through. 17 seconds is plenty. Could pre-move this one out, really. Ooh. Spent too much time in that middle game, huh? Those tactics. Looking for mate. A couple. "14 seconds. It's mate. Take it. 25th place. Ooh. Dynamic 23 is saying that number one guy could potentially hit 900 to 1,000 points. 290 within 8 hours. Maybe. He'd really have to book, wouldn't he? Okay, on takes I have knight g5 to scoop the pawn back up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Threatening knight takes knight and the win of the bishop. If I take with the knight, I'm threatening a knight move with this. Let's go here. Let's not be so quick to give up my light square bishop. Let's castle, defend my bishop, so now my knight is a bit more free. Wow, just like that. They gave up their bishop. How are you coping with the bishop on this square? Should I play this move first and then bishop c6? Or just bishop c6 right away? Let's poke around a little bit. Now go here. d4. What about queen g4? Knight's pinned. If they castle, I have bishop takes h6. Let's go for that. Let's not make life too easy for black to just castle. I could take the knight. Could also consider queen a4, piling up on the pinned piece, and then pick up the a pawn and be satisfied that I'm up a pawn and try to convert. You pawn hunter, you. What a pawn hunter you are. I'll take him. And then run away scared. Queen back to a4. I was considering this, but I want to make sure my queen isn't going to get hurt, you know? So let's just run away. Knight here, I just tuck my bishop away. Alright, queen, you're getting quite the workout. Let's come all the way back over here and renew this threat. Okay. Next phase. Regroup. Suppose I play d4. Where are you going, knight? Fianchettoed knight? I guess so. There's no a4. There's no d7. Fianchettoed knight. Okay. How does my opponent ever dislodge my bishop? Knight b4 would be a way to do it. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Spending a lot of time on b5. Okay, they're opening up the position some. This should only benefit my bishops. Guess we could just take. My bishop is soon under fire. And I don't know, let's play here and offer a queen exchange. Defend my bishop as well. I'm up a pawn, I have the two bishops. Satisfied. Let's exchange queens. And play this rook here. I have this square under control. No, right here. Let's pinpoint this pawn. Don't know if I'm really threatening to take it. They continue to fly. I like that idea as well. Let's get my king involved. Exchange rooks. Alright, I'll take. And centralize my bishop. You get my a pawn rolling. Why not? I want my king on c2. Maybe rook a3 and b4 just to restrict their knight. Yeah, let's just not enter the opposite color bishop stuff. Let's defend my rook. This might have been an idea. No, that would have dropped the knight. Get that knight out of there. They continue to fly. Let's hit their rook. They just dropped their pawn. Up a lot of material. Let's continue to negate their knight. So just one move threats. Let's give a check. Keep pushing. Bishop check here, maybe. Just drop back. If this pawn moves, he's going to be really tough to stop. These guys are animals. Just push the pawn away, huh? Ooh. No, let's give a check, actually. If I did this, there'd be a rook check. Let's do this now. I'm okay with giving this up. It's a better way to do it. Yeah. It's a better way to do it. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get pushing my pawn. Rook d2, I guess they're gonna try, but I'm just gonna get pushing. I just get pushing still. Can't be stopped. Got a queen. Let's enter. Plenty of time here. Crash through on c6, and that'll do it. 38 seconds. Give it a check. And that's going to be a mate. Alright. Yep, I just scooped up a pawn there. I went pawn hunting and then tried to convert. And was successful. Probably not the most convincing way towards the end like that, to even allow the opposite color bishops. I don't know. Okay, what do you say, another Sicilian, huh? I think I'm still at 25th. Okay. Let's swing the bat around. Hmm. Okay. All right, I'm prepared to meet a pawn duo with d5. How to take? Um, I'm gonna go with this, just to unleash my bishop. I'm guessing h3. No. Okay, well, let's first take. And now bishop g4 threatens to take the knight and then take on d4. Connecting knights, I guess? Hmm. Knight d2 is prepping h3. Okay, so now I could damage their structure. And why not? Queen takes would have dropped the d-pawn, so now where to go from here? Hmm. Well, let's start with this move. Let's focus, with their last move, they created some weaknesses. So let's try to take advantage of these weaknesses. This is a developing move. This also eyes up queen h3 and forces a slow move like that. So that's a good start. Next up is what? Piling up on d4, moving my knight, striking here. That might be a good idea. This rook here, or this one. This square is weakened, so maybe f5 is an idea. Although it weakens my king, it would expose these weak squares. Let's go with this. Focus is another, and these last two moves are focusing on these weak squares. Okay. Now there might already be some tactical ideas with capturing and the knight f4 stuff. But let's first start with queen here. Intensify the pressure against d4. Now they're really going into a prevent. And I think now I go with f5. Look at this f4 square. Look to maybe take and play queen here. Winning the e4 pawn. I do have threats now in mind. This is a serious threat. Knight could jump in. I think I'm playing this the right way. These last queen 1, 2, 3, I think these 4 moves might be top moves. I think. Let's just get out of harm's way. Queen released some pressure, some defense over d4. How to convert this? This is the primary threat. h3. Is this a position that would even invest the time with b6? With how open it is? I don't think so. There should be something pretty direct against the white king where this strictly defensive move b6 isn't necessary, but that's not to say I wouldn't play with this. I don't see it ever as being a objectively best move, but practically speaking, maybe it's a useful move to get in. It would weaken c6. What are they going to do here? If e5, I could think f4 and then a rook up and over, maybe get to h5, queen h3, and mate on h2. A pawn right here would really cut the board in half. I could take. Is the queen going to recapture? How about something simple like doubling rooks? Well, wait a second. If I take here and the queen takes, rook f5, knight g3 is a little bit of a pain. Alright, so let's just start with this. I don't know if this is the best, but I'm going to give it a go. takes, rook takes, knight g3, knight f4. Bishop takes, pawn takes. I really don't want to mend their structure. I want to keep them split. So on any knight g3 move, I want to follow up with knight f4. And he's intolerable, no doubt. You really prepping this move? Maybe now I play b6 to meet this with c5. Keep it close somewhat. Or just double. Yeah, let's follow through. For this move, I'll probably play f4 first and then here. No, not so quick. Now I probably take here. And then play knight f4. Alright, come on, rooks. Do something good. Gonna be at f2 soon. Could chase this knight away with my h-pawn. Queen g3, queen h3. Let's do it. e5, maybe here. Rook has a ton of influence here. Queen g4 with h4, h4 with then queen g4, rook f3 possibly. Okay, I could take out their queen if I want. Is there something better? Don't have much time. Let's rock that knight back first. Alright, let's try this. Queen h3. Their knight is actually a pretty good defender. Maybe I should have my bishop around to defend my king. Yeah, they're gonna push again, no? Yikes. It's pretty sad that I'm allowing this kind of counterplay. Okay. Ugh, what a terrible spot for my queen. They're gonna slowly unravel. Let's try this. Bishop h4 stuff? Possibly. Let's give this check. Get rid of this knight, and then I could take here. This is all super timely. Super duper timely. Have another check. And then I could take the knight. No, okay, yeah, I have this though. And that with check. I just want to take out their tricky knight. And step up with my queen. Right here. 14 seconds. Let's give this check. Keep pushing. Yikes. 2 seconds. Oh, man. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, man. Back to tournament. Crap. Ah, why did I let that happen? No good. Didn't have time to crunch the numbers on that one. That one stings, man. I must say, it stings. All right. Regroup. Okay. Why did I let that pawn get all the way down there? Man. Unnecessary counterplay was allowed in that one. Okay. Let's get knight c4 in there. Gotta speed it up. Okay. Let's poke around here on the queen side. I'm expecting a6. That weakens b6. They might play this real quick, huh? Forks? Tricky. Alright, let's get the A file. Tricky stuff. Rook takes knight. That's all you're about, man. One move threats. Oh my goodness, it worked. Defending the rook. I'm up a pawnee. One move tricks. That's all you have. That's all you have. Bishop f4. Let's see. You tricky guy, you. Yeah, let's do this. How is he in the tourney when he lost? How am I not in the tournament after losing? No, I understand your concern. It's not a if you lose you're out. It's not a elimination type tournament. It's a you play for, I mean, the tournament's going on for another 16 hours here. So you could continually play, win, lose, or draw, regardless of any of the results. And whoever in the end has the most points wins. Okay. Let's exchange rooks. This extra pawn that I'm up is not the healthiest pawn around. I think this can't be a bad start. However, knight h5 is a bit of a bother. Let's start with queen c2. Protects c4, protects b2. Maybe next to this, and then a little knight dance. Actually, you know where I want my knight? Right here on b5. Because you know what that would do? I'm going to tell you. It's going to put pressure on d6, and it's going to help mask the pressure against b2. It takes a lot of time, but it's my plan to underdevelop that guy. This runs into pins, so that's why I'm choosing for his, I don't know, is this his home square? Uh-huh. Let's get there, man. Swing the bat completely around. Incoming knight b5. Okay, queen g4 stuff. Queen f6 stuff. What's the delay, man? You went on this journey to get there. Don't delay. So now I don't have to worry about their rook. Their bishop now has a responsibility, or their queen. And their queen is super duper active all of a sudden. Suppose I offer a queen exchange, though. How are they going to feel about that? I'm up a pawn. Queen trade? We're going to see. Ah, I can't believe I've been playing this long. Blitz? This is the longest I've ever played Blitz in a row. On Lichess at least. How are we all doing in the chat here? Any new time viewers? There have been a ton of new followers. You're awesome. Alright, B2 is hit. Save him? Yeah. He's important enough to save. Lady Shaikyo is new. Whoa, is that weakening or is that weakening? Okay. I think I should just eliminate something arriving here, huh? Let's do this. That's a pretty active post for the queen, no? H4 stuff, this pawn is pinned, the knight is hit. G5 is hit. So I'm guessing knight f4. I could take him out, though. Bishop needs to take, and then I could go boom, boom. Think this is a desirable move. The dark square bishop takes out my flight square on h2. If I play h4, there's h5. Let's just make it real simple. I'm okay with giving that up. Queen exchange? Alright, let's do this. And actually, this is a move, isn't it? This is less committal. Let's go with that first. Yeah, let's take. Rook here and then there. I could play f4. Knight d4. That's probably working. It's just one check, bishop d4. I'm winning a pawn. Don't be afraid of weakening your king position. You're going to get some material and the queens will be off. So don't fear the weakening of your king position. I should view this position as if the queens are already off. This rook is also out of play. There still remains this responsibility for the black pieces to defend d6. Otherwise he drops and he turns into an animal. Passed pawn. So they're in the think tank. King g2 is my idea. I don't think that this is anything I have to fear. I could go straight in for queen takes g5. Rook check king h3. How are they defending d6? Maybe even ideas to take him and then hunt after their d-pawn. I also have a slight time edge. Let's do it. The rook is active, but the d6 pawn is soon to drop. Let's go here. And yeah, let's do this. And then let's give a check. And then go here. That way I get to take this with check. Oh, actually I had knight here if I wanted. I think I could afford... No. Oh, let's take here. 26 seconds. That's my biggest issue, isn't it? The clock. Oh, why did I just run right into that? Why didn't I just push my pawn? Silly. If I lose this, it would be really sad. I should have just pushed right away. Yeah. A little ring around the rosy. You're going to want to remember that tactic. Now I'm just going for time wins and stuff. Shame on me. Shame on me, man. Now it's a draw. Well, why didn't they take that pawn? Now it's a struggle for them. Yeah, there's no time. That was a terrible way to convert. As soon as I took that d6 pawn, I should have started pushing my own d pawn. That's the way to do it. My approach, stay away from that. Alright, how about we mix it up and go with b3? We make that happen. Okay. Now let's go with e3. Might want to hold off on this, maybe f4. No. Let's try something different. Okay. No, that move, huh? Let's castle. My opponent ran out of time and I still had mating material, so I won that last game. Let's go faster, man. Let's go faster. Might want to hunt down their bishop. Yeah, let's go for it. That was my idea with this. But let's not be too quick to take that light square bishop. Let's start with this move. Focus on c5 some. I have close to 100 points. I'm not too far off from the top 10. Let's start with this first. Okay, now that they're castled and I don't have to worry about a rook on this file, and now I'm taking the bishop. And now let's strike at their center. Timely capture on d5, and then capturing on c5 is the way to go. If this pawn is no longer around, I think it's a big problem for black. Let's go here. Okay. This weakens these two squares. Queen g5 kind of forces this, but let's just pile up on this guy. Now I'm ready to crash through. Takes and then takes here. Okay, they're defending. I could still insist on that with queen c2. I'm going to go with rook c2. And my idea with this is to keep in mind a d4 move, takes, takes, takes here, or maybe first even this move I could take. Okay, wow. That weakens this square and this square. How are they defending if I just take... And I should do that. I want to make sure this rook comes to life. Takes and then queen f3. I need to take the pawn with check. Who defends that? If the queen defends, I grab c5. There is also that move. Let's take. And now return where? Here to throw a punch? Let's think about moving forward first. This is appealing though, getting to c4. Let's do this first. If their king comes out here, then this type of stuff is a bit annoying with the king here. This is an open diagonal. Knight c5 drops e4. Queen here, I was ready to just take the knight. Oh, watch out for h2. It almost happened, folks. That might have sent me into a tailspin. I was I was ready to I was so carefree. I'm like, and that move drops the knight. No, not so fast. You're gonna Oh, but hang on, now that knight is officially a cooked piece. Now he could be taken. Yeah. I almost did it one move sooner. Oh, I'm almost at triple digits. Oh, but this guy's gonna berserk me again? Yes, he is. All right. We had a very sharp game last time. Let's see if they go with an exchange. Slav. Not quite, huh? Alrighty. Gotta go fast against this Lance guy. He's speedy. He's a speedy one. Speed 3, I guess, huh? Let's see what the story is now. Alright. Let's get this knight out of my bishop's way. I'm alright with an exchange. And now what? Oh, I don't know. Here. Maybe I could put some pressure on Lance, huh? Just firing off a ton of moves fast, huh? How about I get my other knight to e4, huh? Hmm. Tricky guy, this Lance. Tricky guy. Okay. I'm a little bit fearful of this knight dropping into e5. That's why I was hesitant with this knight move. Also, this idea to open up concerns me, but this is my idea. Looking to reroute that knight. Would they really go with that move? Yes, they would. Yes, they would really do that. Okay. My knight needs some help. Could I get an f6 and e5 soon? Let's shoot for it. Knight h4 comes to mind. A counter-striking e4, so this stuff comes to mind. They're allowing this break in the center. Let's take a timeout for this. If they're going to get in b4, I want my rook to have some activity. Let's go in the center. Let's take. And now what? How about... I don't know. Let's try this. Maybe I take. Maybe I don't. They are going with that. Okay, let's keep this center. They're going to get a pass pawn, maybe. I have a pass pawn here. Let's start with that. And let's get my knight working before it's too late. Definitely tactically vulnerable. Oh, I'm forgetting that this is actually throwing a tempo at their bishop. I thought their bishop was defended. All right. I don't know. Let's try that. Could think about pushing. Bishop c4. Knight g5 are ideas. Okay. I'm going to come all the way back. Knight g5 is a great bother. Yeah. They could pile up on that knight. He is pinned. And actually, I'm dropping my e5 pawn now. Yeah, that's the only way for me to defend, so I misplayed this. Hmm. And they're even on time already. Yeah, that's a very difficult pin to get out of. I guess we'll try this. Hmm. They could pinpoint this guy, but maybe I take the knight and then play here. If they release some pressure on my knight. Now they're down on time a little bit. I don't know. I think I have to do that eventually. Mm-hmm. Whew. Okay. Hmm. Well, let's go with maybe that move. Oh, I'm just dropping the knight. Oh, man. I'm not even winning anything now. Ah, I'm just down a piece. It's double rooks. It's just a check. Nothing more. This is busted. Yeah, I could resign that. Just drop my knight here on e3. Mmm. Okay. 0 for 2 against that guy. With two berserks, in fact, on top of that. I thought at the tail end there I was weaseling out after, well, at least I should say getting some activity. Hmm. My bishop e4 move is a way to improve in that one, if you can recall that position. Their strike in the center with e4 was quite disruptive. And I don't think my pieces were placed well enough in that resulting structural change. All right, we're going to take here and try to show that this bishop is not so well placed. Let's go with e3. Let's maintain my dark square bishop. CQ Warships, hello to you. Let's get on the open file. Keep it open. And a tame deployment. If f6 and e5, okay. My rook is pinned. That's alright. Also a2 is hit. I'll get out of the pin next move. If I'm not mistaken, this lance is a marathon machine. If a knight moves, I take the rook with check and then pick up the queen. A little sneaky move. I think he won one of the last marathons. Maybe. Double rooks. I like my position. This is maybe even a move if the knight moves. Just to avoid the rook exchanges for a little bit, b4 is an idea. Let's maybe go a little faster and go with what's natural. Try to put some pressure on my opponent. Some clock pressure. Yeah, like as an example, knight a5, I could do this right away. And pick up the exchange, although at the end maybe they have knight b3. Okay, that's not really so much of a threat because I could take and then take on d5. So they weakened their king with that move. Let's go here. At least be in a position to strike here. Also, you know what I also like here? Queen a2. Yeah, let's do that. Bishop here? He's unprotected. I could think about this. Hmm. Let's start with the rook here. You know what piece is better though? I'm definitely floundering some with these queen moves. I don't want to take when this move hits. I'm just going to back up one step. I want to keep this square open for my king in the event of back rank issues. So I'm just going to go one step. And my idea here is actually, this should have been my idea much sooner. That is, to get my knight to c5. Okay, if he goes here, maybe my knight returns here to defend. And here's the other thing, I can't even get here right now. Okay, I think I need to change it up some. My knight needs to still fulfill this responsibility of defending d4. I think this is too slow to try and get this in to get into c5. Now my rook is hit. I don't think that that's so much of an inconvenience. Let's just drop back. Maybe c3 was better. Can't even dislodge this knight now. Maybe b5 and then bishop takes. They have the more weakened king. I don't know. Let's kind of make a passing move, in a way. The dark square bishops are exchanged. I think I'd like to get right back here. And then think about this stuff. I basically want to play against their light square bishop. Alright, we're having that happen. Let's do what I said I was going to do. This is a tactical idea. Now that my rook is here, there's also this. Let's stop knight here. They take, I'll take with the pawn and think about getting here. Let's go for a knight reposition. Bishop here, I'll avoid the bishop exchange. I don't want a knight arriving here. A lot of maneuvering. Let's go here voluntarily. Stop any ideas of sacrifices on h3. Let's go here. b6 might be a move. Let's cancel out that knight. Enter here. Let's do it. Oh, they're ready to take my queen. I almost blundered there. I was going to play f3. Huh. I'm still looking to play against their bishop. I want to make sure this knight doesn't even get into position to defend here and keep pressure there for any amount of time. b5, I could take him out. I could look to secure this square with g4 if the bishop is moving. Let's actually do that right now. And also maybe well, now here, pressure on the knight, threatening the pawn. The knight moves, I take and defend a3. The king is the more vulnerable. Let's grab that pawn. Maybe now's the time to sneak in with my knight. I think my king position is secure and can't be rattled. Knight b2, my bishop's there, knight here. I'm not sure what it's even threatening. So let's jump right in here. If the knight goes too crazy, I could pick up the b5 pawn now. And why not? Not going to get mated, am I? Let's just make sure the knight doesn't scare me so much. Let's go here. Okay, I have a moment now. Let's insert this check. Cut the king off. Okay, I could take this pawn with check, maybe. They only have 7 seconds. That's another way to look at it. I could also just start marching my pawns, huh? Let's do that. As soon as the rook moves, now I'm going to go here because of this with check. Let's go here. And how about we just keep pushing? No need to even take this pawn yet. And I'm going to be pushing through. No tricky perpetuals. I'm threatening a mate in 1. Let's attack the rook. And let's make sure we just end the game, like right away. Discovered check. And queen there next was mate. Alright, they're down on time though. Okay, I'm officially at 100 points. How much longer am I going? No, this is my second time playing this guy. Let's try, well, let's actually repeat what we did last time. Let's see who deviates. Yeah, we had this last time. And they resigned what I thought was, a little bit early. Okay, so they're changing it up some. Let's go with this. And after knight here, I'm getting a pawn back, right? b4. This stuff. Another tough game. A lot of tough games in this one. These guys are still in it here. This will be interesting. I think at this point, neither one of them is going to bow out of the tournament. It's going to be a race between these two. 318, 246. Well, don't forget about this guy. Justice Spot is up there. Ah, he's in the think. This player's in the think tank here. I won a game and went from 23 to 24th. Other players are getting those wins in faster. It's tough. If you're here for the first time, do know I'm usually much more interactive in the chat, but alrighty. How about I just take? Pawn takes, and then knight here is a move as well. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. Seems like I'm going to get one of these guys back. Material for the moment is balanced, but these two are likely to drop, and the resulting structure is similar to one we had in the game, our first game, where in that game I won a pawn, and the queens were off board, and I could rely upon this square. Hmm. Well, I have some concern about a knight dropping in here. But can't I take here? Offer a queen exchange? Which pawn should I take? Oh, if I take with the bishop, bishop takes, knight takes, even if a knight gets here, I think I might be able to work around him. Might? I don't know. It's a developing move too. Even on time. Going straight in for that, huh? Alright, let's get castled before you get knocked out. Interesting move. Hmm. What about knight here? This square is looking pretty appealing. Also, I have this square in mind. Let's do it. It's interesting. Makes them focus some on these squares. Queen c7 was my idea. Don't know that I really want to work myself into a pin. Yep, have to be pretty accurate here, I would say. Knight d6 hits my bishop. I'm thinking about moving forward. Is this an alright move? Or should I play back here? Bishop here? What's that really doing? I'm just gonna back up. They could start kicking my knights around. They might end up winning a pawn, but I think I'll have a strong knight on this square. Could do this stuff and force a queen exchange and then take here. We'll see. I think I'll have some play on the queen side, and as mentioned, a strong piece on the d5 square. I wouldn't mind seeing another file open up, even if it costs me a pawn, because I can't make use of c8. Given time, I might want to do this. Secure my knight positions. I might need to defend my knight. My queen is really short on squares. Here, a3, knight there, and then b4. I don't have a good move with my knight. Think I have to do that? Yeah. Oh, and I'm just dropping stuff after this. I don't have this move anymore. Oh, my knight is defending the queen. Wow, you lucky dog, you. Offering a queen exchange and I'm threatening e5, the pawn that I won in the last time we played. Wow, did I just fall into that one, huh? Lucky. Doesn't mean I'm winning by any means, but it's kind of one of those look what I found moves, you know? Oh yeah, my knight happens to be defending my queen after it gets kicked away. Gotta recapture. And maybe I just take here. Let's run it like this. They could get the exchange. Oh, actually, no. I miscalculated. I thought I was going to be able to get the bishop and then take on e5. Yeah, no good now. Strong move. Okay, they're going to have f4. So now this is just the dusting off phase. Or that. Yeah, this is going to be easy peasy. Rook here is good. A lot of stuff is good. I guess here. Yeah. Knight here works. That'll do it. Yeah, I was lucky for many moves in that one. It's an interesting line. You really have to find some accurate stuff. They clearly did better there. Ooh, they're actually really close to me in score. 102, 100 still. How many games do I have in? 39 games. What about the guy in first, who I've yet to play? Can't see just yet. Okay. Let's try bishop b5. Thank you to Anonymous Rec for the follow on Twitch. And Krusty R1, if you're here for the first time, feel free to follow. There's faster time controls than this that I play in. This is 5-minute, but there are also 1-minute games, 1 minute per side. Alright, c3 or just live with this pawn here. No, let's challenge him. Alright, let's try this stuff, huh? Covert Ops X, thank you for the resub. A year now. Appreciate that. 12 years, did I say 12 years? 12 months? I guess here. So that is a check, but I think I could get a tempo back against the queen. Let's start with... Let's start with this. A couple ways I could fire back at the queen. Knight d5 stuff. Bishop e3. I don't think I want to do this. I'm leaning more towards f5. Well, am I not getting another tempo against the queen? Now what about this? One of my concerns with doing this was that there might be a knight reposition. They don't have that now. You have to be careful about moving that rook. So if any rook to contest the c-file, certainly the queen rook. Is this an idea? They could play b4 at any moment. Bishop d4, there's knight g4. Hmm. No, I don't want to weaken my king like that. Let's start with this. Just secure my knight. Let's see if they do this stuff. I might be able to meet a5 with a4. We'll see. Kinda don't like my king on c2. Maybe better was this, but at the time I was concerned about knight here to here. He was probably better to play out to h1. So I can no longer rely upon my knight position, unfortunately. But let's maybe look to move forward on the b4 advance. Knight b5. Improve a couple ranks. He is drifting a bit towards the side here, but maybe that's all right. Maybe this is an idea, or some timely fork on c7, a7. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Also on rook c... Okay, I didn't consider that. Let's just defend. I was a little bit concerned at some point maybe the knight moves and then I have to worry about b2, but now I could always move. Of course, it does weaken c3, but I'm not sure how important it is or how painful it would be if a black piece arrives on c3. If I can maintain this bishop on c4, maybe, yeah, I think I'd be comfortable, let's just say. Okay. Let's get a quick move in there. How about that? Why not? Still pointing here. That can't feel too comfortable. You can't try to get this in because I take there. A minute advantage. Yo! I'll take with the pawn. Give me a passed pawn. I don't want to even allow a rook to step foot on c3 for a moment. I could go one step further, but I like this. Uh-huh. I don't know. Let's go here. Rook a1, that kind of scares me. Okay, now, wait a second. Where's that knight going? Take out my bishop, huh? Step up. Need to defend e4. I want to take with the d pawn. If I take like this, connected passers, they could force through a pass pawn. But it appears they would need to invest some material. Bishop e5, queen f2. It's too strong of a piece. I have to look to offset it. Get rid of that bishop as soon as possible. And then possibly look to exploit their dark squares. That's hitting with the check. That was helpful. They are down on time, though. Minute plus. They might just move their king. Or that. Okay, they weaken their king. If I take king g7, rook h8 stuff, I could offer a queen exchange. Let's try that. Get some play against this guy. 40 seconds. No. Alright, let's go here for starters. Here, there's rook e5. That's a strong, strong square. Let's do this, though. Stops rook e5 for the moment, at least. Little pin. Let's take. I want to have some strike against this. Rook moves, maybe I smash through here. Maybe. Let's go here. Interesting move. Alright, they're going to take on c4. Well, I could get pushing a little bit. These are two passers, after all. Gonna take on c4, are you? Alright, let's get that a-pawn going. Where might they be tactically vulnerable here? Let's go rook here, preparing a6. Put pressure on the rook. Queen c7, maybe. Pressure on g6 as well. Rook takes pawn, I could take here, maybe. No, I can't do that. I'm having to play for time now, unfortunately. This is now lost. Well, hang on for a moment. Now it's winning. Lucky dog, you. Back to tournament. That's all you do, man. You just play for time. Okay, here's a beefy opponent. Bugaevsky? No, you're gonna throw the old Black Mardimer at me? No. A Verisov land? Nulani. 1 year in a row resub. I appreciate that, Nulani. Thank you for the support. F3. And then here. I guess so. Knight here. Let's go with c6, actually. You're going to take my knight out. Are you going to give up your dark square bishop? You are. Alright, let's take away from the center, because I want my bishop to come out and be a beast. Whoa! Really? Was not expecting that. Let's pinpoint some dark squares here. Quad structure. Quad pawns. I'm on h2. Bill Gates, where are you at? Try f5. Maybe my queen comes out and becomes a pest. Quad pawns. Maybe I should have not done this so quick. Shouldn't be bad, but... Where do I think my knight's going to go? What about this move? Yeah, let's see where they're going to go. I don't think they're going to go kingside. They want to go queenside, so they can't really allow me to damage their pawns. Oh, they're tempting me, though. But we're going to drop all the way back, and maybe if they go queenside now, there's a way to break open their king position there. And if they go kingside, this rook is already happy. Given time, my knight will fall in love with f6, maybe even e6. All right, battle lines are drawn. e4 I'm expecting. All right, knight, you need to play, buddy. What are you waiting for? I mean, really, what are you waiting for? Let's chop. Chop again? They really going to play this advance? We're going to find out. d5 is pretty serious. I might have to follow up with this. No, scratch that. There is no fear. Should there be? Just castle now. Knight b6. This guy's cooking, by the way. He's flying. He's running like the wind blows. Let's castle. Forrest Gump. To watch out. If I'm not quick, this is an opposite sides castling. That's a pretty slow move. Where does my knight want to be? Here, let's welcome some exchanges. Look to jump into d5, queen d7, rook d8, rook e8. Improve the bishop. Hit the queen. Queen d5 maybe was better. Too late for this stuff? Queen trade. Queen f5, I might go for it. I might want to do something like that. They're going to play g4 maybe. I might gain control over this file. Alright, let's stop that knight f4 move. Offer queen exchange. Let's work with it. I have an isolated pawn, but I'm going to roll the dice a little bit. Definitely want to stop knight here. And I want to observe that guy soon. My bishop's kind of a dummy, must admit. Staring right at a brick. What a life. Right? He's not having a good day, this guy. Also, if I play to the h-file h3, I don't know. Let's start here. Yes. We're still going to put pressure on that pawn. Restrict their knight. And weasel around over here to look to just going to poke around at that knight some, you know what I mean? Although, as soon as I move this bishop, rook e5, I may have to shift. Okay, they give my king an opportunity to cross over here. So I'll make use of that. Let's do this. I think I need to keep the knight out of here. I could take out the knight. If I have time, I'll do this. This is a critical move, no doubt. Tough to ascend. Okay. Tough to ascend. Tough to assess. What are you ascending all of a sudden? Fighting back on the clock. They still have a minute edge. Here you go. Don't know who stands better. It's a tough one. I think I need to take that knight out. If he arrives on e3, too strong of a square. Or maybe I could step up, actually. Let's not be too quick to give that bishop back, huh? Knight here was going to be strong. Can I have repetition? Yeah, I'll take it. That's a well played game, I think. complimenting both of us, I guess, with that. But yeah, I can't really look for more in that one, so we'll make the objectively best decision. I think that's the right call. You know? All right. How about we look for maybe d5? And let's immediately strike. Who cares if the bishop arrives here? Yeah, let's do this. Let's see. Uh-huh. Well, I feel pretty comfortable in this position. They don't get this move in. How does their bishop play? Don't know. Yeah. I could also look to secure my knight, but hey, if you're going to kick him away, your king is going to scream. It's castle. I didn't want to do this move because I invite their knight forward. Maybe this, here, kick, and then that. Follow? Okay. There's that move. How about I jump in here? What's wrong with exchanging knights? Don't be afraid to exchange knights. And now this. If the bishop plays here, I could take and then take on c2. Strong piece here. Interesting. Not going to take just yet. Not yet. If bishop here, now I'll take and then fork down. d4. Can't believe there are, I mean, it is really late. What time is it where you guys are at here? Those of you tuned in, what time is it? Where are you tuning in from? Do you even know how to play chess? There's always somebody tuned in who just doesn't even know how to play chess. If you're interested, there's a link just below. Spend a little bit of time, and you will learn. All right, well, they have a shattered kingside structure. I have the bishop pair. Animals. Guys are animals. This stream initially turned out to be not a European-friendly stream, but now it is. Alrighty. How can I put my light square bishop to work? We're going to start with this. If the knight wants to go after my bishop, I'm going to say, fine, take him, give me this file. They declined. What's wrong with posting up in the center? Let's do it. What better way to improve that queen position? I mean, really. How about we do this, actually? Just take out the knight and do a little reroute with the bishop. Queen here is going to force me to take, I guess. There we go. Thanks for keeping it positive in the chat. You guys are awesome. A lot of positive people in the chat. Nope, is a color bishop ending? I don't know if that's really tending towards a draw with still so many pieces on the board and me having some control at least over the dark squares. Let's take right now. Let's see. Interesting moment here. How will white recapture? Taking with the rook, bishop here, rook there. It's a little bit awkward. And I think I could actually hunt down this pawn. So that's why I'm going with this timely capture. So now with this, there's a 4 versus 3 on the queen side. Okay. Should I look to get that in motion right away? Hmm. I think I'm going to start with this move. And on f4, I could play g3. My idea with this is to eventually dislodge a bishop if he arrives on h6. Although now it's a little bit scary. Maybe I'm going to be getting attacked. Okay. Might need to change things up a little bit. I also would probably do well to play a little faster. Would I have time? g6. Let's start with this, actually. I'm looking to run. Run! Why did I do that? I think there's a good move here for white. I'm afraid to say it. Yeah, that's the move. If I took, there's rook h8 and then bishop there, so I just dropped a pawn. Not cool. At all. Oh, man. Didn't play this well. h5 was a bad choice. Now I can't rely upon my bishop position. Let's go here, I guess. This is losing for me. CrowZ4K, hello to you in the chat. I don't know, let's try this. I'd like my bishop to be able to stay on this diagonal. And just as I say that, he's running out of squares. b3. Ouch. Okay. Wow. This was bad. Not cool. Don't like how I played that at all. It was probably bad to even exchange queens like that. I should have made better use of my light square bishop when they had a vulnerable king. Now if I do that, I'm getting mated. Yeah, so this is just the mopping up phase. Yepper. Maybe I take with my king. I'll re-slice it. This isn't leading to anything. I could resign at any moment. I'm not sure why I'm still going on. Yeah, let's just resign it. I don't have anything on the clock either. Chess friend. You weren't my friend in that one. Man. Still at, well, not 103, okay. If I could do that one over, I'm definitely not playing h5 for one. Staying away from h5. And I'm keeping the queens on the board, yeah. They don't have a g-pawn around. What's the matter with me? Okay, what happened to your principled play? He's talking to himself again? Yes, he is. You guys are following machines, let me tell you. A lot of follows. All right, G4. Flex your muscles. Show black who is the boss. I did this in a pretty recent Blitz game that I posted to YouTube. All right, let's go F4. Stop knight E5. Might want to avoid this knight exchange. Yeah. No. Let's take. We don't move backwards. Push. Now we're looking at F6. This knight moves, F6 is a killer. Keep this pawn duo. This has to be good. This pawn ever moves like this come to mind. Man! Withdraw from this tournament and I don't know, go play the lottery. I just said if F6 happens, knight D5 is an idea. Man, did I call that? How did I know F6 was going to be played? Okay, not so fast. Maybe this is the moment where you spend a lot of time, get a winning position, and then lose on time in the end. Okay, so knight D5, pawn takes, queen takes is with check, and then I get the exchange. Looking pretty good. The knight is not taken. I have this kind of stuff. Also, let's not forget about something as simple as G6. You know what I mean? I feel like just starting with G6. They're going to anchor a knight here. Let's try that first. Okay. So I could also play queen here, look for a sacrifice on H6. Isn't that actually decisive? However, maybe what's... yeah. Here takes, bishop takes, check, queen here, there's queen check. Yeah, let's not forget about these defensive resources. I think, however, this is a good start. Yes, with still this idea in mind to flush the king to the H file. That way when I take here and there's a recapture, I could retake with check. Knight E5 takes, takes, takes can be met with bishop D8, and the queen is there to defend against queen H7. However, knight E5, knight D5, takes, takes with check, king H8, bishop takes H6, pawn takes, queen takes with check, king back over, queen H7 check. Also, when my bishop takes on H7, if there is a follow-up queen C5 check, that's fine because I can move my bishop, block the check, and then give mate. Follow? They're running for their lives. Okay, I think still I do this. Take first, no, knight here, and then take, let's check, and bishop here. Do it, man. If I did this first and then follow up with knight here, takes, bishop takes with check, there's king up, so I have to be careful of that. I think this is working. Whether the king ends up on these two squares, I don't think it matters much. Also, when the queen gives a check, it's important I play a rook block. Because otherwise, my bishop would be picked up with check. They're not even doing that. Huh. Didn't expect that. Hmm. Bishop takes h6 here, knight f8, I guess. Could play g7. I don't know. Can't quite figure it out. I don't have much time. Let's go here. Don't want to take their bishop. They have to move their knight now, no doubt. Oh, knight f8 defends everything. Ugh. Also, if my knight isn't... I can't take on h6 anymore. I chickened out. You chicken. You chicken, you. Knight f8 is a very good defensive move, I believe. That move, huh? I don't know, I gotta go fast. There are these ideas with pins. I'm looking to take and then smash through here. That knight is a monster. Maybe I don't even want this pawn. They could take it. Yeah. But I have this move. And now if he moves, I have this. So they try to take advantage of that little pin tactic. But in the end, I'm getting the tactic. They're in a pin. If the knight moves, I get the rook. 45 seconds. Let's not lose sight of that old clock. Whew. How much longer am I going to go? Oh, there's only 14 hours left. All right. Let's do it. And let's break this open, man. Let's go. Dark square bishop, I really don't have to worry about him. He's not bothering me. Let's just do this. Open stuff up. King is running for his life. Let's try to remove the glue. I believe the glue is the knight. Queen takes b2. Very greedy. I would have played this. That rook was not playing. If the knight moves, I take their bishop. We're even on time. Alright, something as simple as this, and then that, and I'm getting some material. Or am I? Yes, I am. Flush that rook away. Now we take. And pigs all of a sudden. They're down on time. No, they resign. Whoo! Guess who's in 23rd? 23rd, and how far off before top 10? 138. It's a long way off. I don't have fire. It's been a lot. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's been 14 games since I earned 4 points. You got to get that fire and keep it. What do we call this opening? The center counter. It has more than one name. Remember that. Let's pin. castle. Scandinavian. Center counter. Could take and go here. I don't know, it looks aggressive. Knight here, Trapperoni. Let's develop. And let's pin. Knight e4. Let's go queen e2, get this other rook here. I mean, how bad could that be? Now, this is an important moment. Takes, bishop takes, rook here. Let's do that. They were threatening to take and then take here, but now I'm lining up this stuff. Stay there. Let's get this light square bishop back. Possibilities for... Oh, I'm just going to say it, it's late. Sackalicious stuff. It's a new one. I don't think I've ever used that one before. I guess I start to get overly creative with some adjectives when I've been playing for... How long is it? What's the uptime? When I've been playing for 6 hours straight, 22 minutes of just 5-minute. What's that queen up to? Suppose bishop here. I'll put the fear right in black, huh? Does. What about this? Nah. Just damage their structure. And be happy. Now, where's that bishop going? Let's make a flight square. He's not going anywhere. What's the matter with you? Don't take pieces that are powerless. Don't take pieces that don't have any options. Now maybe you consider this. Yeah, let's do it now. And then get back here and be a pest. Oh, that's at least weakening. F-file squares are officially weakened. Let's throw a punch at the knight. No time to take here. King G7. How about this and then there? Ah, this first. Queen F3? Better. Pressure on the knight. Queen here, I take on C6. Very bold. Very bold move. Wow. Well, I could take here, beyond their queen, and still take on C6. I'm going to go for that. And I'm on the rook. Still can't take G3. Still on the knight. My queen is a beast and a half. Let's defend G3. Boom, 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 boom. She's doing a lot. Can't ask for her to do too much more here. As soon as that knight moves, I could think about getting here, but let's watch over this first. Queen takes C7, defends, and strikes. Feels right. What's wrong with this, though? I like this better. Less complicated. Doesn't even allow knight takes or queen takes G3 stuff. I am up a pawn. I could kind of tone it down some, not make things complicated. And let's go here. Let's dislodge that queen. That's a strong post for the queen. I was thinking about this, but I could also do this. Let's inconvenience the queen first. On queen here, do I go with the queen exchange? I could. I am up a pawn, but this also grabs a pawn. Allows them some activity, though. I think I might be leaning towards a queen exchange if they play queen e6. I think they have to. Well, they're not doing that. So let's double. Also, this square is in mind with a tempo, so f6 isn't going to cut it. Queen is a beast. The knight has no moves. Suppose he's attacked. Really good pieces here. Enter. Bring the pain here. Let's bring the pain. Queen exchange, huh? No. I feel like I'm just a couple moves away from a knockout. How about a knight on f5? How juicy would that be? On a scale of 1 to juicy. Alright, now we're looking at discoveries. Queen here, knight there. It's going to be painful. Okay. Let's go here. This rook here stuff. I could have done that last move. I'm also defending. I was thinking about moving the king and then pushing. Let's keep it a little less complicated though, huh? Taking with the rook. Taking here and looking at h8. I guess queen here. That move. Get out of there, queen. Putting up more resistance. I don't like that they're putting up as much resistance as they are here. I guess we're going to take and get that rook back there, man. Really good coordination. Are they going to go pawn hunting? Really? This is an excellent home for my king. Keep the queens on the board. I might make it as a practical decision, but for a slower game, time not an issue, definitely look to keep the queens on board. Mate on h8 is the threat, with my favorite piece. They defended. Let's just cut the queen off for a moment. That was stupid. King g7. Let's come over here. Queen h5, rook g6. Should be the final touch. We're inching in there. It'll be hard pressed to find a defense now. Rook f7, a mate in 1 and then 2. Evening out on time. They have a big defensive task at hand. f5, I could take g5. I'm ahead on time now. Juicy fruit, I see in the chat. Alright, we're going to run it like this, I guess. And then go with a discovered check. That's a discovered check. There's probably something a bit more decisive. Queen over here, incoming. There, seems fine. Their king is restricted. Let's get their queen. And that should do it. Alright, they resigned. Back to tournament land. Ooh, guess who's on streak? I'm in 23rd. With a win, I might enter into page 2 of all pages.